ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the first session in Albright Stage, Patrick Tucker.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to this panel. I'm Patrick Tucker, Senior Science and Technology Editor for Defense One. Welcome to this panel on the future of the EU's digital decade, a look at open strategic autonomy in the cloud and beyond. Just very quickly, this conversation couldn't be happening at a more important time. I think that we all understand how much AI is showing up in our news feeds and our daily conversations. It's truly a transformational capability. But just to sort of put some context on this, the amount of additional value that AI could generate for the global economy is forecast to be around $15 trillion by the year 2030, right? Very exciting, very impressive. The amount of cost, of damage, of loss that cyber incidents, cyber errors, cyber attacks could cost the global economy, forecast to be around $10 trillion just next year. So $15 trillion in added value in the year 2030 from AI, possibly $10 trillion just from cyber attacks next year. You can see this friction, right? You can see where one capability has the promise of tremendous added value, but not just for businesses, not just for governments, not just for citizens. The thing about AI is it allows you to scale what you're doing, any sound business practice, and criminals are going to take advantage of that too. So before we dive in, there's a brief presentation. I would like to very quickly welcome, if I could, to our stage, GLOBSEC Senior Research Fellow, Anushka Kaushik, to do a brief presentation for us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Anushka Kaushik, and I'm Senior Research Fellow at GLOBSEC, looking basically at cybersecurity policy and technology policy. I'm very excited to be here, not only presenting, but also launching this particular report that's titled The Future of EU's Digital Decade, a look at OSA in the cloud and beyond. So just to tell you a little bit about how the presentation is going to go, I will start by presenting where we are on EU's path to digital transformation and the cyber threat scenario, then look at cloud infrastructure and AI-augmented security, where the EU stands in this regard, and also, of course, conclude with what the OSA model is all about. Oops. So I want to start by emphasizing that EU is really at a critical juncture. And why is that? It's primarily because it's nearing the midpoint of its digital decade, which is based on the Digital Agenda 2030 program. So for those of you not aware, this program looks at achieving 100% coverage in various targets, also including cloud and big data adoption. At the same time, the EU is faced with a worsening cyber threat scenario. Why is that? It's because we're seeing a sophistication as well as an increase in number of so-called ordinary attacks, ransomware being the worst, in terms of EU citizens affected. And we also are seeing the grave repercussions of Russia's war with Ukraine. Here, I would like to emphasize 2 points. First, of course, the relentless cyber operations alongside kinetic warfare. And second, it has also led to a mobilization of hacktivists and cyber criminal groups. Now, from the discussion on this particular cyber threat landscape, I'd like to focus on the benefits, the cybersecurity benefits of cloud services. I mean, I'm not going to go on about the utility of cloud services. I think every single person in this room pretty much uses some sort of cloud service, whether it's as an individual or it's employer or employee even. But I want to highlight that cloud is better for cybersecurity, owing to certain technical functions. Cloud keeps data more secure. This is basically through automated backups, through multiple layers of encryption, and also through rigorous patch and vulnerability management. I also want to say that, and this is an example that I'm pretty sure everyone's aware of, which is that the strategic impact of cloud we've already seen with Ukraine, where the Ukraine government, prior to the invasion, basically moved a lot of their data to the cloud, which allowed them to basically provide government services to a lot of Ukrainians. Now, security research shows us the multitude of benefits for cybersecurity through artificial intelligence. And in simple words, and not to get into the technicalities in terms of the time I have, it basically means that it makes the life of defenders much easier. Here again, 2 points. First, cloud providers were among the first adopters of the AI security functions. And second, a lot of these AI security functions actually depend on cloud computing. So where does the EU lie in all of this? The EU definitely recognizes the importance of this infrastructure, given that cloud take-up is one of the targets for the 2030 program. We also see a huge emphasis on security via the EU Cloud Certification Scheme, where the fundamental idea is that for you as a cloud user, you make an informed choice, and you have some sort of baseline evaluation as far as the security of the particular cloud product. I want to emphasize that there are legitimate technical and economic arguments for the EU to develop its cloud market. Given also the normative approach towards technology that the EU has championed recently, it also has value-based reasons to develop its cloud market. However, the domestic cloud infrastructure of the EU is still evolving and is still trying to gain significant advancements in technology. So in that kind of context, how does the EU basically leverage these technologies to be able to provide the highest standards of cybersecurity to its citizens? And that's where this OSA model comes in. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to be a little bit quicker. OSA really began as a counter-discourse to a more closed interpretation of strategic autonomy. I think the quote that best exemplifies it is, "Cooperating multilaterally wherever we can, and acting autonomously wherever we must." And this is by the European Commission. So we've had a number of member states who have furthered an understanding of OSA through their non-papers, where they basically call for greater resilience and interdependence as opposed to just independence. So how do we apply OSA in the digital dimension? I would say that it is an evolving framework, and the reason that I use the word promise of OSA is that it can be a way to develop a way, it can be a way to basically leverage technologies for the benefits of EU citizens. The basic tenet of OSA in the digital domain should be, first, the provision of an open and interoperable digital infrastructure. Second, that delivers economic and security needs. And third, that also addresses the imperative of sovereignty needs. And I have 30 seconds. So for my way forward for the EU, I have 2 sets of recommendations. First, on OSA itself, establish a uniform vision of OSA principles. Ensure that that has a multidisciplinary approach. Third, ensure that this particular framework is actually adaptable to new and emerging technologies. And finally, at the same time, to achieve the twin goals of providing the highest standards of cybersecurity, as well as supporting EU innovation, the EU must make use of sovereign controls offered by global cloud providers. And maybe the last point I want to make is that the EU must also ensure that smaller member states, especially those in proximity to Russia, and of course we're standing in the right place to have that conversation, are supported in their cybersecurity goals via access to secure digital infrastructure. My time is up. Thank you so much.
With that, let me welcome our panel. We have Arnaud Davad, Brandon Singh, Lucas Kintr, and Lisa Pat. Please join me on stage. And for all of you out here, remember, we're all live. We're all existing in three-dimensional space. You're interacting with us in real time. Use the Slido question map. Ask questions. We want to have your questions. If you are allergic to apps, we have someone in the room that can give you a microphone. But please, we want your participation. So thank you all for being here with me. Let's start with you, Arnaud, because we just had a great presentation about the effects, the value of cloud services in basically securing normalcy, securing continued government services for a country that was facing war. Massive benefit from cloud technology as it applies to Ukrainians. And I don't think that Ukraine would be where it is today in its position really without enterprise cloud. Right now we're having a massive discussion in the United States, across Europe. There's new news out today about certain EU policy guidelines that are going to shape the development environment for artificial intelligence in the future. How do you see AWS participating in helping to promote and secure ethical AI?
So thank you for the invitation first. So A couple of things about this. I just wanted to say a few words about what you said about Ukraine. As you probably know, AWS helped the Ukrainian government to migrate a significant amount of data in order to allow the Ukrainian government to keep their operation running, particularly with respect to vital data sets and workload. So it's absolutely fundamental also that we recognize a sort of a partnership ongoing and the value that private sector can bring also in this context. Just to mention that in passing. Yes. Then with respect to the topic of ethical AI or responsible AI as we call it. So on our side, there are, I would say, two main dimensions. One is what is going on at international level, because there are a lot of initiatives in Europe. You have seen also the recent adoption of the EU AI Act, and at international level there are several initiatives coming from the G7, the White House, and so on, that are also going in a particular direction. But I think what I want to stress is that we value very much a sort of a broad harmonization of what is necessary to manage the risk and the security risk, particularly, or the safety risk, with respect to AI and generative AI. And if there is if this collaborative effort is successful at international level, this will also simplify the implementation in the adoption of AI. So that's one thing. It's the international dimension. Just to name a few examples, so we adhere to the White House voluntary commitment on generative AI, again, in order to be allowed to implement the necessary mechanism in order to help our customers to manage their risk when they develop their generative AI tools based on AWS. More recently, also, we are part of the Munich Tech Accord on disinformation, so also super important to mention this part, particularly in this region that is under a huge volume of attack on this in this particular area. And more specifically to AWS, what we are doing is really to make sure that we integrate responsible AI in our development lifecycle, and basically with a couple of dimensions. One is making sure that we have the appropriate policy in place that sets also some use case limitation when customers use our tools to develop their own tools. So that's one, so the AI acceptable policy. Then you have, let's say, the more technical piece. So what are the sort of developments that we put in place in order to make tools available to our customers so that they can evaluate their model, the model that they're developing, that they can also put and develop the appropriate safeguards in place. And the last dimension is more about transparency measures. So we have developed what we call AI services cards, where basically we provide a lot of information to our customers on how to use our services, what are the limitations, what are the design recommendations, what are the use case limitations as well. So in order, again, to provide them with the portfolio of tools so that they can develop AI responsibly.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating, and AWS is really a company to watch here because, you know, I write a lot of headlines about OpenAI and these little ventures that, generative AI ventures that are making a big splash because all of a sudden they hit the entire public, and consumers are running out there and writing term papers and writing essays and writing essays that contain factual errors, but that are also very interesting. And AWS sits at this really interesting position of providing toolkits for businesses that want to create future AI companies. So they didn't rush to market with some big splashy generative AI thing that is now going to cause them a lot of panic. But they are at the backbone of these companies that are going to emerge. And so I think that your understanding of the legislative space here is really important, and I think certainly something to watch. So let me move to you, Brandon. We're going to come back to disinformation, certainly, because that's something I grapple with all the time. It's something as we go into election season, it's going to be a golden era for disinformation. But let me go to you, Brandon, because Brandon is with Shield AI. Who here has heard of Shield AI? Not too many people. Oh, wait, we got one or two. This is great. That's fantastic. So I met Brandon in 2016. This was a company that created a capability of desperate need for U.S. Special Operations Forces. They basically made a drone that used AI to map the interior of a room. So it was like having somebody in the room before somebody was in the room. And they've since completely blown up. Shield AI is at the cornerstone of so many DoD, Defense Department AI efforts. So we talk about safe AI. Brandon is in one ways on sort of like the other side of that, because he's trying to make AI not safe for America's adversaries. I think that's fair to say, but also in a position to talk a little bit about the AI risks that are facing civilized society. So Brandon, really quickly, how do you see this tug of war between the safe development of AI in democracies and the support of young AI companies, especially as they need to do work with governments, because governments certainly need to do work with them?
No, fantastic, Tucker. The AI and the application of AI that Shield AI works on is around primarily on autonomous systems, on autonomy, which I believe, which many senior leaders across militaries throughout the world believe will be the most transformational technology since the nuclear triad. And this is because autonomy as a technology, right, this autonomous systems that can operate without GPS, without communications, without a human pilot, enables the concept of mass, intelligent mass, where countries are no longer limited by the size of their armed forces, but they are simply limited by their production capacities. And so right now, using Ukraine as a really relevant example, they're flying FPV drones where it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Every soldier they have is flying an FPV drone, and they're flying tens of thousands of FPV drones every month, and they're losing them, and then they'll get new drones, and they're producing more. Autonomy enables a single person to command 10,000 drones at a single time. It enables a single person to command 100,000, a million drones on the battlefield effectively, and fundamentally will reshape the world order if the West does not lead here. And so that, to speaking to the importance and the significance of AI and autonomy as a strategic technology for the United States, for Europe, I can't think of anything more important. And then specifically, what we're seeing is, to your point, a lot of these young companies that are working on these, this area of defense technology that's coming to be, a lot of them, and something Shield AI has been trying to enable, is a lot of them don't have the tools that they actually need to build AI and autonomy. And so you're starting to see these tools rolled out by folks at Amazon, folks at Microsoft, NVIDIA. Shield AI, we are rolling out our tools to enable companies, to enable governments to build and modify and integrate autonomy into their physical systems. And so that's the world we're moving towards. I tell people, Shield AI, we have deployed hundreds of AI pilots. I believe we've built the world's best AI pilot. We beat all other AI pilots in F-16 dogfights. We're the first company in the world to fly the F-16 autonomously. We've been flying the US Secretary of the Air Force autonomously with our F-16s. That was building the world's best AI pilot was the first 9 years of our journey. The next 9 years is about proliferation of resilient AI, resilient autonomy onto millions of platforms. I know you started this session with comments about the value that AI is going to provide to the world. I absolutely believe it. Elon Musk talks about putting 1 billion humanoid robots on the planet by 2040. I want to deploy 1 million AI pilots into customers' hands within the next 9 years. And to do that, you'll see companies like Shield AI, you'll see companies like Amazon, NVIDIA, Microsoft start to employ these tools that enable companies and governments to do so.
Great, great. No, I think it's very exciting, but also I think, let's turn to Lisa for a second for a little dose of reality. And we were talking earlier, and we made the comment, if you're going to have a cybersecurity panel and you don't have an Estonian, you're like in real trouble. So, Lisa, what is the conversation about safe AI we should be having? Are we focused on the right things? Are we focused on a threat that's real? Are we ignoring gaps that are more important? How do you see this?
So I happen to have watched the Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer movie about a week ago. Mm-hmm. And there's a great quote in there. He says, according to Christopher Nolan, mm-hmm. nevertheless, you can use a beer bottle to build atomic weapons, Congressman. In fact, you do. Mm-hmm. And I think in that way, whether we're thinking about the digital development of our societies, on the commercial side as well as the consumer and the national security and digital services of government side, or whether you're thinking about the sort of specific cybersecurity of nations, where we know that the adversary, the most potentially detrimental adversary to nation states and to specifically, I have to emphasize, democratic rule of law-based nation states. Mm-hmm. All of this ethics of AI, all of this is a luxury problem of democracies. And I'm very happy to be amongst friends and colleagues from such nations to be discussing this with. Right. So we know that that adversary is both reactive and opportunistic, as well as incredibly asymmetric. Mm-hmm. That adversary is basically like an American child throwing spaghetti at the wall. If it sticks, it's done. If it sticks, and this is across not just different sort of cyber attacks, it's the same in lawfare, economic warfare, and in fact, information space. Mm-hmm. If it sticks, if it delegitimizes the rule of law-based governance or government, mm-hmm. then it works. Mm. Which therefore means that we can't focus on any single beer bottle, going full circle with my metaphor. Mm-hmm. Yes, AI is a big part of it, mm-hmm. but so is combustion engines. Mm-hmm. And so is everything in the digital world. Mm-hmm. I think for us, when we're looking at AI, we have to understand that it's like everything else. It's not a silver bullet, and I apologize for the cliche, but it's not. Mm-hmm. It will never be better than its training data. Mm-hmm. It will never be better than what it's learning from, in case that AI is a specific machine learning sort of AI. Mm-hmm. Which therefore means that AI by nature, no technology by nature, will be more ethical, more democratic, more productive than its deployment. It's value neutral. And we have to be very, very conscious of that. Mm-hmm. And just like with AI, it's the same with post-quantum computing mm-hmm. and the cryptography that comes hand in hand with that. It's the same with connectivity, 5G and beyond. It's the same with cloud computing was mentioned. Mm-hmm. And I think we, especially as policymakers, so easily walk into the trap of, cloud is safer than on-prem, AI is better than humans. And, having been in the trenches with a bunch of engineers who've not slept for 72 hours, mm-hmm. in the end, it's all about assets that you're protecting, the risks that you're managing, and the requirements for your systems. Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of systems which I could very easily make 100% confidential and maintain 100% of integrity by taking whatever carries the information, whether it's a wood tablet or some sort of a server, burying it at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean and putting concrete and the submarine over it. Yeah. But the availability of such a system is suboptimal at best. Yeah. So I think we can't walk into the trap of any particular technology being the end-all, be-all. Yeah. Yes, it has huge uses, especially on the attacker side in terms of spear phishing and social engineering, because AI does speak better language of all of our mother tongues than most of us do. Yeah. And on the triage and sort of sorting through what's going on, what stands out on the defensive side. Yeah. But it's no better than a good engineer, and it's usually worse than engineer implementing it.
So I want to stick with that for a second, though, and kind of open up a little bit, because I think you bring up something that's really important. When I talked to some folks at NSA that were in charge of what's called tailored access operations, that basically means getting inside of the operating system in your phone and figuring out where you're taking that Uber to. Not you, of course, but others. They point out that the biggest threat to regular life posed by AI in the next few years is not really exotic or strange tailored access operations that are going to outperform the best humans in this field. It's actually just finding ports, finding PCUs, finding just desktop PCs that aren't running the most current operating system, that aren't well protected against known vulnerabilities, and then scaling those attacks.
That's a script that you can copy from any, depository. That's not AI. Running a script that scans for weaknesses is not AI.
Well, yeah, but I think the scale, though, is what sort of surprised them, that when all of a sudden a ransomware attack that used to hit hospital by hospital, school by school, maybe a gas or entity or a public entity, all of a sudden happens almost civilization-wide, just because of errors, of mistakes that are very human in not patching and not keeping up to date basic cyber hygiene. This is something that folks aren't prepared for. So I'll turn to you, Lucas. Do you think that across the European Union, folks are prepared for simple attacks that can happen at a scale they weren't anticipating? And I'll turn that same question to you, Arnaud, and ask you how cloud services can help to improve the security of a lot of the different pieces of infrastructure that we take for granted that maybe don't have the best defenses. Go ahead.
At the beginning, thank you for having me. To that question, I will guess based on the situation in the Czech Republic. And I'm afraid that we are not ready to that. Because the cyber awareness isn't at the good maturity level. And we see a lot of more trivial attempts to attack the people, and they are successful. So I'm not sure if we are ready to something more sophisticated or wider.
Yeah, just one quick thing. I think I would agree that what you said, which is, I mean, a technology is not replacing everything. What cloud does and AI is just enabling to have an easy access to different tools. But this is complementary to doing a proper risk assessment, identifying the measures that to be put in place. It's there are active measures as well. So it's really making sure that an organization can access the cutting-edge technology so that they can move faster. And also the interesting thing is that this category of tools are available not only to large companies with huge teams of security engineers, but also to small, to SMEs. So it's the same category of tool, they have the same type of access. So that's the sort of, it's a security enabler, but then each organization, they need to use it in the best way to address their own needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. I do agree with you on this. Yeah. So that's the sort of a key benefits. Then if we think about AI particularly, and from our own experience, not only looking at what our customers are doing, but what we are doing as well as AWS Secure our own infrastructure. So this is a sort of a revolution as well, because we also benefit from this tool to go faster and to do better respect to protecting our infrastructure, our global network, and the data of our customers. If I would like to give you just one example, we are using and we have developed internal AI-based tool in order to monitor the DNS requests that are, let's say, pinging every day or that we are receiving every day. Yeah. And then among these requests, we identify the malicious ones. So we are able with these systems to monitor 200 trillion DNS requests per day, which is quite a lot, in one single AWS region. A region is, for instance, in France or in Italy, composed of several data centers. So you can imagine the sort of a scale that we're able to reach. And then we identified something like 180,000 malicious requests per day, which is quite significant as well. So basically, what I mean is that with this tool, we are able to go further and to make sure that the information that we are able to identify and to use and to assess is more accurate than before. So it's really for accuracy purposes that these AI tools are super helpful.
Yes, yes, and I think that's, I'm going to go back to something that Lisa pointed out and bring that to you, Brandon, because I think you make just such an important point about, data integrity. Any AI tool is only as good as the data that, underlies it. So if you're thinking about autonomy in the military context, and you're thinking specifically about drones that are going to use sense data from cameras, but possibly also use open source maps and open source intelligence in order to execute on a mission. How do you go about thinking about this issue of data security and making sure that both you have all of the data that might be necessary for an autonomous entity to complete a mission, but at the same time that all of that data is secure, or that you understand the risks of using data that's not perfectly secure in such an environment?
Yeah. One, this is like one of the roles that humans will continue to play, which is the verification of data. And so, to Lisa's point, there's still a very human element involved when developing these systems. Because at the end of the day, you want systems that are going to be resilient to bad data, to misinformed data. And that goes across all applications of AI, not just autonomous systems. In the same way, you want ChatGPT to be resilient. You want Grok to be resilient. You want self-driving cars to be resilient to these, to bad data that if it makes its way through the system knows how to react to it. And so, the ways that you can do that, one, you have, you're continuously verifying and validating your training, your models, and that's a role that humans play. Certainly, AI can help verify and validate a lot of your models as well. It can validate a lot of the data that you're checking in on as well. And the second aspect of that is the people that are actually, real live testing it, like your users who are testing it and validating it, and then building into your models. They're familiar. They can react to things that they have never seen before. They can react to things that they've never been trained on before, simply because they have simply because they're resilient. They have an aspect of lifelong learning built into them, where in the same way I can present this entire room with some sort of bad data point, and we'll all react in different ways, but perhaps it's something we've never seen before, but because of all of our experience, all of our learning, we're more resilient to that negative data. You build an AI system, you build an autonomous system in the exact same way.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating, and I think that it also really speaks to the contrast in the different ways of wars between democratic states, between democratic systems and autocratic states, because I've watched the Defense Department from the very beginning work really hard to try and place an emphasis on what's called human-machine teaming, building AI that humans respond to, where the operator plays a role in basically having a partnership with the system that it's going to work with, and you give up perhaps a certain amount of timeliness when you do it that way, or you can have just sort of like a push-button attack, which I think characterizes much of what we're seeing from Russia in the Ukraine war, where they're just very indiscriminate, and the possibility of being indiscriminate at scale, if you don't hold collateral damage in much regard, that also increases with AI. But as you point out, Lisa, that's not necessarily new. That just actually speaks to the way of Russian warfare under Vladimir Putin. So let me stick with you, Lisa, for a second, and also Lucas. And Arnaud, if you want to weigh in on this, of course you can, but Vladimir Putin's aggression against democracy, as I think we all know, is not just limited to Ukraine. European allies have seen an increase in hybrid attacks aimed at destabilizing political discourse through disinformation, compromising infrastructure via cyber effects, etc. So how has has the hybrid warfare landscape changed right now across Europe? How are emerging technologies affecting that? Yes, Lucas and Lisa, please.
Okay. The hybrid warfare landscape in Europe has evolved significantly, driven by Vladimir Putin's broader strategy to undermine Western democracies. I'm probably not the best person to cover all that topic, but I definitely could cover the cyber aspect, because cyber operations have become a central element of Russia's hybrid warfare. These attacks target critical infrastructure, such as energy grids, communication networks, and financial institutions. And the nature of cyber attacks has shifted towards more targeted, persistent threats, aiming to undermine public confidence in governments and its institutions. Ransomware attacks, data breaches, and cyber espionage are increasingly common with state-backed actors, often employing sophisticated malware and zero-day exploits.
Lisa.
I think it's important to keep in mind what aggressive terrorist Russia's objective is, and that is to place spheres of influence to delegitimize rule of law and to gather information that would help to advance its goals, be it kinetic, territorial, or influence-wise. So it's not necessarily to compromise any particular system or even any particular institution or government, but it's rather to create fear, confusion, and doubt, and then make it look like democracy and freedom of speech and all of that is not really any different from what they have going on in totalitarian regimes. So you have to put this sort of waves of automated attacks that clearly, since this current stage in the war in Ukraine, have sort of washed across Europe quite predictably. They tend to go for about 3 days. They start in the southwest and go across, targeting homeland security, targeting transport, that sort of sectors early on. And it's clear that critical infrastructure, just like you mentioned, is not a taboo. It was believed to be so maybe 10 years ago, but it's not that taboo because, again, critical infrastructure not working influences people, or media outlets, government websites, so on. So, but in looking at that, it's keeping that wider context in mind. Similarly, people waiting to cross the border in or out of Russian Federation have been weaponized by slowing down, in an Italian strike of sorts, I guess, the border crossing on the Russian side in the Narva-Ivangorod border, which is probably the easternmost border crossing into Russia from Europe.
Yes.
So there's opportunistic aggression, seeing what works and what gets on the Western skin is what it is. And for that, there's anything from synthetic misinformation campaigns to automated and then also well-targeted cyber campaigns.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us must have been a target of very well-designed spear phishing on a weekly basis.
Yeah, yeah. Let me stick with that with you, Brennan, because hybrid warfare. Who here is familiar with that term? Damn, okay, 1 or 2 people. So basically, it refers to warfare that doesn't exactly or overtly express itself as such. Instead of seeing a battalion of uniformed entities moving towards, a front line, instead it is compromising an election through disinformation or a hack and leak campaign. It can mean disguising commercial vessels or disguising military vessels as commercial. This is something that China, for instance, is kind of doing. So you have Chinese merchant vessels that have basically been militarized, but they aren't officially militarized. And it's really hard to kind of keep track of who is and who isn't in aggressive force. So, Brendan, let me turn to you with that question. Where are some ways that AI could actually help reveal some of these hybrid warfare tactics through by monitoring, for instance, different ships, different vehicles, different people that are actually serving the interest of an autocracy, but aren't revealed as the entities of warfare from that state?
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic question. I think it could help a lot, but it's a very, very hard technical challenge. Just as it's hard, I think the way that people should think about the challenges of AI, if it is hard for a human to do, it is going to be hard for an autonomous system to do. It is going to be, it's going to be hard to engineer. I'm not saying it will necessarily be hard for an AI to do once it is engineered in a good way to do it, but just the challenge of discovering what you are describing largely as deception tactics, deception techniques, and then true on information operations, cyber operations, is a really, really hard thing to counteract and detect. Can it be done? Yes. Is it require very sophisticated engineering, very sophisticated data sets? Yes. Is it going to be the thing that actually people say, you know what, this is how we're actually going to people need to think about what they want to use AI or autonomy for. And I'm actually, I'll tell you, I don't know if that is like the best way. It's not a, you hear people say sprinkle AI, sprinkle autonomy on everything. I disagree fundamentally with that statement. You need to see, is it going to solve, it's a tool where you have to ask yourself, is it the right tool to solve this problem? And it's a good question. I don't know if it is to counter these deception tactics.
Yeah, I think it's a question that a lot of governments, a lot of people are going to be working with for the minute, because those hybrid warfare operations are certainly going to continue. Let's go to some of your questions on the Slido app. You still have time to get some questions in if you want to. Here's one that's very popular. What role should transparency play in AI algorithms, particularly when used by government agencies? I'll just throw that out. Lisa, please.
So huge, but I think it has to go beyond transparency. I think we have to focus on explainability. Mm-hmm. Because in the end, just like with anything that you can't expect a reasonable lay person to understand the technical details of. Mm-hmm. Let's bring the analogy of medicine. Mm-hmm. We have these huge information sheets that come with our medication that explain not just the ingredients, because I really have no idea what that molecule does, but explain why that molecule is in this particular prescription and what that means to the human. So I think also we have to shift the mindset from transparency, because seeing the algorithm, most of all, how many of us would recognize an algorithm if it hit us on the head? and I'm not being funny, sort of. Yeah. But second of all, you have to meet the audience where it is, and explainability is where it is.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Brandon, can you explain how you created an AI that can beat F-16 pilots?
Yes, I'm happy to do it. Actually, so what we've been able to do is leverage a lot of the commercial successes that you've seen around AI development writ large. And so we took a lot of the same technical approaches that DeepMind was using, Google was using, that they used to win the game of Go with AlphaGo project, and win the game of StarCraft, AlphaStar. And so this technique is called reinforcement learning, which is training an algorithm, training an AI, in our case an AI agent, an AI pilot, through millions of different iterations, simulations, where it's truly like the Matrix in the sense that it has seen every possible perturbation of a scenario and comes up with the best tactics, techniques, and procedures. And so one of the fun things about that project was when we started that, our AI F-16 pilot, we could accumulate about 30 years of flight experience. This is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in about 3 months. Yeah. At the end of that project, which is more flight experience than any fighter pilot on the face of the planet, because if you were to equate that to like business days and business weeks, it'd be equivalent to 80 years of fighter jet experience. Yeah. At the end of that project, we could accumulate that amount of training, that amount of data in 3 days. And so you just have this vastly superior AI algorithms, AI pilots that end up where you have an AI pilot that wins 99.9% of the time against human pilots. And that is the worst that it will ever be.
When I asked you that, I was mostly kidding. I didn't think that you would actually be able to explain it, but you did. So let's keep going. What ethical considerations should guide the development and deployment of AI systems that can make life or death decisions on the battlefield? I think it's a great question. The Defense Department has put out a long list of ethical principles that it wants to employ to the U.S. Defense Department guide ethical principles. But I'll turn it to anyone here. Ethical principles that should guide AI systems on the battlefield.
Just because I deal with this a lot because we actually have autonomous systems on the battlefield. As a former Navy SEAL, I have had to make the moral decision about the use of lethal force on the battlefield. I fundamentally believe, to take another person's life, I fundamentally believe that is a very human decision and should remain a human decision. That is US military policy, that is NATO policy, that is SHIELD AI's policy. And so at the end of the day, I think the West has aligned that in no way should there ever be a person that is out of the loop with the decision-making as it relates to it. And that is how we operate our weapon systems today, where whenever we do a drone strike, whenever we do a missile strike, there's a human that is in the loop or on the loop the entirety of that decision-making process. And I think that's what we'll see in the future. We'll see what our adversaries do, obviously. And some people ask, well, what if the adversaries, don't abide by that, right? Won't we be at a disadvantage? And I tell people, it's like, look, I think it's important for the West, the US, the West, Europe, to maintain that moral high ground because while you might be at tactical disadvantage, I fundamentally believe that moral high ground gives you strategic advantage in the long run. And we've seen that play out in a number of conflicts.
Yeah, and that's also so important for keeping your allies and partners wanting to participate with you. And that's what allows the United States and UK and France and Germany to participate together as opposed to Venezuela and Syria, which are, not necessarily the best partners that you want to have. Here's a great one that I think can go to Arnaud, go to Lisa as well, go to Lucas, really anybody, so it's kind of jump ball, but it applies to all of you. How can cybersecurity agencies, such as the in UKIB, help to build resilience, possibly through new legislation and new cybersecurity law? I'll start with Lisa, and you look like you want to jump in. So
I think overall the key question here is also about collaboration between the private sector and cybersecurity agencies. That is absolutely key, but also above all consistency in the approach, in the regulatory approach. We have ended a very intense legislative cycle in the EU, particularly in the field of cybersecurity, with the DORA legislation in the financial sector, the Cyber Resilience Act, the NIS2 directive, and now it comes to the implementation. I definitely believe that it's super important to keep consistency and harmonization in the process, not only in Europe, but also, let's say, between Europe and allies. So to give you, let's say, more practical examples, all these legislations, they are adopting a risk-based approach, which is very close to what companies are effectively putting in place. So it's based on risk assessment, defining appropriate measures, but also reporting cybersecurity incidents. So what is fundamentally important is also to put ourselves in the shoes of these security teams that are handling and tackling this issue on a daily basis. And when they will have to report security assurance to a cybersecurity agency, they need to have the same template, the same format, the same timeline also to do so. So if in, I don't know, say in France you have 2 hours to do it, in Germany 15 hours, and in Finland 3 weeks, then it would be super burdensome for the team. So having a consistent approach, more cooperation presumably also between cybersecurity agency in Europe, cybersecurity agency in the US, and elsewhere would be definitely a benefit. For one reason particularly, and sorry, it's probably it's not breakthrough, but because also cybersecurity threats are borderless, so we need to have exactly the common and same approach to it.
I can't agree more with the point of needing to harmonize requirements, especially when it comes to reporting both of the big platform providers and also essential service providers. So my answer maybe is a little counterintuitive. You should regulate technology by not legislating for technology. Because laws, by the nature, for need of legal sort of stability, which is sort of almost constitutionally required, are slow to change. So you regulate for principles. Whether it's privacy, whether it's human in the loop, no life or death decisions being made without the human in the loop, whether it's freedom of speech, whether it's responsibility of someone, you regulate on the principles, and then the how, the technology, has to be in lower level acts, because those are easier to change. The moment you name technology in a law, you've written yourself in a corner and you're stuck.
Okay, I want to stick with that. And also, we've got 4 minutes left, so we're going to lightning round it a little bit. There was a lot of discussion about discrepancies in regulation between the US and the EU when it comes to AI. How are we going to effectively bridge the gap? So, and again, we're lightning round now, so we take great thoughts and we squish them, make them smaller. But yes, anybody, shoot.
So I don't know if it is a discrepancy, but you know that Europe is also really advanced when they want to regulate technology. So I think they should first with the EU AI Act particularly. But as I said at the beginning of this panel, there is also an international dimension of it. And so on the US side, there was the White House Atomic Commitment on generative AI. There is the Hiroshima G7 process also with code of conduct that is underway, and a couple of these initiatives. With the sort of a common direction, my feeling is that there is a common understanding that this harmonization, more than for cloud at the time or security, is definitely needed for AI. Given the productivity growth potential of AI, it's super important that all these different nations work together at the same time. So this is at least what we see at international level.
Okay, and Luke, I want to go back to Lucas real quick because I jumped over him real quick as I saw a question populate. But I think you're actually great to speak on that question of how to harmonize cybersecurity agencies. So you were going to talk a little bit about that and what they were doing. Yeah.
About harmonization of EU agencies.
Yes.
There are several platforms around Europe under the European Union. There is a lot of different approaches in each country, so finding the compromise between all member states isn't easy in general, but we are going little by little through that process and building trust between my counterparts all around Europe, because only based on trust we are able to share information and be honest when we are coming with some new regulation. We are right now in European Union, from my perspective, a little bit over-regulated, because we are overwhelmed by the number of new regulations, directives, etc. And we are not able to implement all of them on time, and we are coming with new one. So that's from my perspective definitely the bad way.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's great. And so we've got just about a minute left, but I want to turn back to Lisa and you, Arnaud, for this last question. I think it's really kind of key to the theme of this session. Can you talk about the role of AI in cybersecurity in a defensive sense versus an offensive sense? So what are, and again, we got like a minute, so it's hard to squish things together, but the role of AI in cybersecurity in the future, where is it going to make the biggest impact?
I think in terms of defensive, it's the repetitive, the mass of, indicators of compromise, getting vulnerability reports, the repetitive, where we really wasted engineering talent up until very recently. And I think on the offensive side, it's tailoring attacks, whether it's natural language and social engineering, or whether it's sort of constantly trying to find weaknesses in a person or in a system.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this Gen AI particularly will boost security for sure. I provided a couple of examples, but nothing to add.
Yeah. Lucas, do you want to weigh in?
I agree with Lisa, in general.
Yeah, I think that it is fun and wild time, certainly, to be sure. So I think this is great. I hope that you walk away with a better understanding of all of the different ways that artificial intelligence and emerging technologies are going to shape the security environment and the attacker environment. So please join me in thanking our panel for this fantastic discussion. And right now,
Moderator of the session, Steve Clemons.
Hey, everybody. Good to be with you. My earpiece is falling out here, so excuse me while I do it. I hope you're having a great time. I love this lounge. I mean, I want to come sit on the couch with you. We've been on these chairs all day. We're discussing today, you know, one of the, I think, most important issues in kind of global security right now, which is really looking, you know, at the broad side of what's next in cybersecurity. And I want to talk about my guest here for a moment, but also Microsoft. But there were other companies like CrowdStrike and others involved in this. But they said that when history marks February 24th as the day that Russia invaded Ukraine, that will be false. It was February 23rd. The cyber activity, the attempts to cyber hack and cyber decapitate Ukraine happened the day before. And this was in a fantastic report that Microsoft shared and released on basically the nefarious activities they saw going on. And the person that has been, you know, at the helm of much of this activity of protecting democracies in this stressed out moment as technology is racing ahead at the same time is Brad Smith, the vice chairman and the president of Microsoft. So welcome, Brad Smith.
Thank you.
And I see Carol Ann Brown there. You remember that report, yeah. Right? That was probably, she's a great writer. She probably reported that part. You remember you were advocating for February 23rd.
I think that's the truth.
That is the truth. I checked it. Yeah. So that report is available. But let me just start out, Brad, with that point on Ukraine. And so we're 1,000 days into a conflict where Russia came in with cyber tools, activity, tried to dismantle in incredible ways Ukraine early on. And we've seen this conflict since in many different dimensions. And, you know, one of our key stakeholders here, General John Allen, whom you know well and you were interviewed earlier, you know, has talked a lot about how Ukraine has changed the game, even in the digital and AI space, how it's digitized the battlefield and created enormous new opportunities. But you were one of the first people I know of, and the first company I knew of, who were there at the very forefront, who saw things coming in the digital space, and we're still in the conflict. So I'd like to get a state of play of how you see Russia, China, Iran in the digital space. But let's talk about Ukraine first.
Yeah, let's start with Ukraine. I think that there's a couple of lessons that will be long-lasting lessons in terms of cyberspace and the war in Ukraine. One is that one of the first cruise missiles that Russia fired did destroy Ukraine's data center, the government's data center. The good news for Ukraine, indeed for the world in my view, is by the time that cruise missile hit its target, the data had been evacuated and moved into the cloud for Microsoft and for other companies as well. And that's sort of one clear lesson.
Just not to interrupt, but how safe is the cloud?
Well, as technology has moved to the cloud, I will say two things. One is it's far safer than an on-premise server room or data center, but the threats in the cloud are rising as well. And we're having, and we may want to talk about it, to focus a lot more on almost re-engineering security for the cloud. But then if you look at Ukraine itself, you know, I would say that what Russia has done is move through several phases. The first was to use malicious software called wiper software to really seek to just destroy all the data and the applications on a lot of Ukrainian computers, both in the public sector and in the private sector. And they started in doing that in 2022. And that has, from a strategic perspective, been almost entirely unsuccessful. And I think that's a real testament to strong, what we call endpoint protection, not only from Microsoft, but you referenced CrowdStrike. They did, I think, a tremendous job there as well. I think a second phase was the Russians really combining kinetic attacks, say, you know, aerial attacks, ground assaults, with, you know, cyber attacks as well, you know, to try to take out a target, whether it was an airfield or a power plant or you name it. And there, too, it turned out that we were more successful in defending against cyber attacks than ground assaults and air attacks.
How does it work? I know that the President of the United States and sometimes the Vice President, you know, get a presidential daily brief, all the intelligence and so together. Does that happen at Microsoft where you have all the intelligence out there and you get a daily brief that comes in and gives you the digital, you know, space of what's happening? Because we know each other well and you see so many things ahead of when most others do, that I'm just wondering how that process works if you are the leader of one of the biggest transnational digital platforms in the world.
It works in a very similar way, to be honest. I mean, I do get probably a brief 4 days a week. We have a threat analysis center, the Microsoft Threat Analysis Center, that really takes all of the data that we're seeing. And we are organized the way a government is. We have a Russia desk, a China desk, an Iran desk, a North Korea desk, and a rest of world desk. And so I'll get, and others will get, reports that basically have what we're seeing from each of those foes. And oftentimes it does come daily, or sometimes it comes in the form of a phone call, which usually means something's gone wrong somewhere. And the last couple of weeks it's been interesting because, I would say in about January of this year, we really saw the Russians halt their efforts to use malware to destroy Ukrainian computers. And I think to some degree that probably reflected two things. One is that the tactic just wasn't succeeding. And the second is those resources, human resources, which include people in the GRU, the Russian army, the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency, they were being retasked to other things. And just in the last 2 weeks, we've seen some of those attacks resume. And it may or may not be a coincidence. I'd probably conjecture that it's not a coincidence that we're seeing renewed malware-based attacks on Ukrainian civilian and governmental infrastructure at the same time that we're seeing renewed kinetic attacks on Kyiv. I have a lot of confidence that the Ukrainians have the capability. We have the ability to help them to defend against those kinds of attacks. But we are seeing more of it, and we're seeing more of the kinds of activity that usually point to the pre-positioning of malware for further attacks.
So let me step back. I mean, there's so many questions that I could ask on that. I'm really particularly interested in how you remained vigilant for so long. I mean, 2.5-year war so far, and intense. But I'm sort of interested in the broader view that you have when you look at what's going on in the middle of 2024, and in your world, technology changes so rapidly. What are the with the villains in the story, what are the big trends you're seeing in the middle of 2024? Well, really, we're getting near the end. I mean, almost 2025.
A few things. Number one, the number of cyber attacks in the world today is really extraordinary. We see just over 345 million password-based attacks every day. Which is astonishing when you think about it. It's because password sprays can be used at such a high volume. In part, we're seeing more sophisticated ransomware. Probably the most sophisticated ransomware attacks are themselves coming from Russia, and in part, we see them coming from individuals who might work for the government by day, have access to all the government's most sophisticated cyber attack tools, and in effect, then the opportunity to go home at night or on the weekends and moonlight by having their own ransomware business. It turns out that everywhere in the world of technology, you want to retain your engineers, but immunity from prosecution, thankfully, is confined to just 1 or 2 countries. The third thing I would call out is that we do really see a concentration of threats, from 4 formidable foes. It is Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran.
So let me just toss in a question, and this is an honest question, and maybe I'm going to get in trouble for it, but because I'm not sure I agree with what I'm going to say, but I think there are some cultures, and maybe in Russia right now, there are degrees, not through every element of it, where criminality is somehow, there's a permission. So, cultures where there's criminality, I'm interested in the digital space, particularly as you're developing tools. Do states that have criminality as kind of an okay norm do better in the digital space than those who don't? Do you, over time, does your human resource base that's working on this, or your machines, less prepared to deal with villains?
I don't think those countries do better than others. But it is unfortunately the case that you see the growth of a sector that unfortunately is based on criminality, and specifically, especially on the kinds of criminal activities that can make money. And, you know, it is striking. I mean, the FBI did a report in the United States last year. You know, what we're seeing in the world today is, you know, you'll see ransomware groups in Russia target a specific country or language. And that usually, we think, reflects some direction from the government itself. Go here, don't go there. After President Biden met with President Putin in Geneva, you know, in 2021, the Russians backed off ransomware attacks on the United States, and they really concentrated on Latin America. And then it came back to a focus on the United States after the war began. But the second thing we're really seeing, and you know, it's sort of logical when you think about it, is you see more ransomware attacks naturally focused, or at least succeeding, in sectors of society or an economy where protection is weaker, and where the need to keep data is essential. So it's the healthcare sector in the United States. We launched in June a new initiative to provide you know, technology assistance, cybersecurity protection free of charge to rural hospitals, because there was such a prevalence of attacks there.
You know, one of the interesting bits, when we just did a U.S. politics session a minute ago, but one of the other interesting features recently is President Trump's team came out and said, hey, Iran's trying to hack us. And a lot of journalists honestly were skeptical. They said, well, you have no proof, whatever. Turns out that you were the one who let the Trump campaign know that Iran was trying to, you know, hack inside their team, and you saw that. Can you tell us just a minute or two about that, and who were the players, who were the black hats, and what it means for American elections?
Well, the first thing I think to think about is there is an intersection at times between what we might think of as a more traditional cybersecurity threat and cyber influence or disinformation operations. And specifically, what a government may seek to do is, you know, hack their way into a computer network, exfiltrate or extract email, and then use it later on as part of a campaign to disrupt an election. That is the playbook that the Russians developed in 2016 against Hillary Clinton's campaign.
Right.
And we were among the first to see that as well. And it is the case that earlier this summer, we identified that kind of effort focused on seeking to infiltrate the Trump campaign. And what we specifically saw was Iranian hackers, two groups associated with the Revolutionary Guard, focusing first on, say, people who were not part of the campaign itself, but were connected with people in the campaign. So get into the consumer email, in the case of Roger Stone, because he's talked about this publicly. Otherwise, we wouldn't disclose the customer. But the FBI has also said, yeah, he had a Hotmail and a Gmail account that were hacked. And then what the Iranians would do is use his account to send emails to people he knows, you know, inside the Trump campaign, to try to get them to click on a link that would give the Iranians access to the next account and start to exfiltrate information. What is interesting is that we also have a team that really follows the cyber influence side of things, and we should talk about that. In the past, we've always seen the Iranians come in late and then engage in these influence operations in the final weeks or even days of an electoral campaign. So to see them months ahead was a little unusual. It's interesting because then it may not be entirely extraordinary to see them wanting to take the time to get the information so they can use it later. But then there's a third element, and it's frankly the element that we cannot assess today, which is this document that was then sent to so many journalists,
right.
Which purportedly, from what I understand, you know, was a real campaign document, namely the vetting document for J.D. Vance.
Yes.
Did that come from an Iranian exfiltration, or did it come from some other source? We don't currently know. We'll work with people we may be able to find out.
And it scrambles the system.
Well, it may do something else. And this is where, there really is just a logical problem-solving, investigative nature to all of this work. You have to look at what people are doing, and then you have to think about why they might be doing that. And the one thing the Iranians, in effect, have successfully established this summer is an understanding among the American or global press corps that they have efforts where they can get documents. So if they show up 2 days before the election, and then people say that's Iran, I think there is probably a higher likelihood that people may believe the document is genuine, even though these governments, say the Russians, the Iranians, one tactic is to take a legitimate document but then alter it.
Yeah.
And it can take more than 2 days to figure out that it was altered.
When you look at the global map, and we've talked Ukraine, but if you were to say what your next highest point of concern right now over this cyber penetration and cyber sabotage, what would it be?
Well, I think there's 2 countries that have critical elections between now and the end of the year that are most likely to attract nation-state activity. It's the election on the 20th of October in Moldova, and then the election in November in the United States. And, we've been tracking, Russian activity in Moldova going back, to last year. We provide information basically to, NATO countries about what we see. They have their own sources of intelligence, and they, in June, put out a warning, the US, the UK, and Canada, about a concern and even a likelihood that we'd see Russian activity in Moldova. I think that's likely.
Do you worry we've normalized it too much? Are we raising alarm bells high enough? Are publics understanding what's at play? I mean, one thing is to tell the principles that are involved that they're being targeted and attacked and done. But I'm really interested when you have a large population that's about to go to the polls and vote, for its leaders, that they're not junkies on all this stuff and learning it all. I mean, do we not have a good enough advanced warning system for the public, like a tornado?
Well, it is quite varied around the world. And the truth is, it's not like you can precisely predict, what is going to happen in 3 months any more than you can predict what the weather is going to be like on a particular afternoon in 3 months. I strongly believe that one thing based on what we've learned is the best defense in some ways comes from having a well-informed and prepared public. We did a lot of work with Taiwan last year, and in the Taiwanese election earlier this year, there were a number of efforts, both domestic but also from China, including using AI, to inject disinformation into the Taiwanese election, and they all fell flat. They didn't have impact, and one of the reasons they didn't have impact was the public was well prepared. If you look around the world and ask, where is the public the most savvy, the most media literate, the most prepared, it tends to be in the countries that are closest to Russia and have in some cases been dealing with this for decades, including, say, a Finland, a Sweden, and the like. If you ask where's the country that's perhaps the least prepared, it's perhaps the United States. Wow. Because we've been far away and haven't been the subject of these kinds of problems in the past.
We have a fantastic lineup of questions that I'm going to do a lightning round with you in a moment, but I want to ask Carol Ann Brand to stand up. Carol Ann, stand up for a minute. Go ahead, stand up. Carol Ann Brand works with Brad Smith, but I want to mention her because she's also co-author with him of my favorite book on technology called Tools and Weapons. I don't remember the subtitle. Tools and Weapons was enough.
The Promise and the Peril of the Digital Age.
There you go. The Promise and the Peril of the Digital Age. Headlines matter, see? But I want to mention it because I want to talk to you about AI and the AI chapter, and as we've sort of seen what's happening with AI, with elections, with both the vulnerabilities of systems out there and how we can be smarter and better, but also what bad players are doing with AI. You talk so much about AI, and I'm sort of interested in the journey in AI that can make us have more trust and confidence in that it's becoming more of a tool and less of a weapon. So I'd like to give you a couple of minutes and then do a lightning round with these questions.
Okay. Well, first of all, we need to ensure that it's a tool, and we need to do everything we can to stop it from being weaponized. And that principally involves two things. One is put in place guardrails around our own products, a safety architecture, so that it cannot be used for unlawful or problematic or societally harmful conduct. And you see us and everybody across the tech sector, I do think, leaning into this, doing more. It is harder to use AI to create a deep fake in some ways today than it was a year ago, because I think the guardrails are getting stronger. The second thing we can do is use AI to detect threats, whether they're generated by AI or not. I mean, AI is especially good at finding a needle in a haystack. And there's a huge haystack called the internet. And so as we look for the needles, AI is helping us find them. Now, we are seeing AI weaponized at the same time. And we're seeing it, I think, in three ways in, say, the first couple of years of generative AI. One is we're seeing some foreign adversaries just use AI to translate a story, take a story, and rewrite it into multiple languages. And the good news is, so far, we have been successful in identifying when that is happening. The second thing, which I think is probably the single greatest danger in 2024, is audio. Because it's not difficult to get free software and take 10 seconds of somebody's voice and replicate it. And we saw that in New Hampshire with a telephone robocall faking President Biden's voice. Prime Minister Sunak faced that more than 40 times in the UK. We even see them interspersing it into video. And the third is video, but I have to say that's probably the biggest problem to worry about before this decade ends, maybe by 2026 or 2028. Given where technology is today, I think we're less likely to see that as the big problem this year.
Thank you. Let's zip through some of these, and we can go really short answers if you can. Are Central and Eastern European countries underestimating the importance of cybersecurity and hybrid threat resilience?
Well, I frankly think that to some degree the whole world continues to underestimate the problem here. And I just think we need to talk about it more, and we need more effective action in the tech sector, but also by governments. I think we need to summon our voice around the world to start to, I'll say, build at least some deterrent response when we're seeing these attacks. And that doesn't mean fire a missile when in response to a cyber attack, but silence is not very effective. That should be obvious. And so we have particular ideas about what we need to do there.
There's one here on how prepared the U.S. government is if there is a major cybersecurity incident on Election Day. And I've got to mention the CrowdStrike incident, which Microsoft was originally labeled with, but CrowdStrike had a failing in an update, and I was out at Aspen Security Forum, and I couldn't get in my room because the thing had shut down. So you saw this global incident that was an accident, but I'm just interested in a global incident that's on purpose, or a purposeful incident on Election Day. Are we prepared?
I think the United States government is probably more prepared than any national government to withstand that kind of attack, say a cyber attack aimed at just sort of disrupting computers and stopping voting from taking place. I think the greatest danger in the United States is in the realm of influence operations. And what we see right now, and the FBI and the US government have been talking about some of this as well, is you have Iran, you have Russia, and you have China. And it's pretty clear that the Iranians want to defeat President Trump because he scuttled the nuclear accord. Certainly the Russians were putting a lot of energy into efforts that we saw to want to defeat President Biden. I think we largely assume that that will be transferred into hostility to Vice President Harris, but they've been a little slower to transition to that than we might have expected. And then you have the Chinese that I would say to date mostly appear to be gathering intelligence about what people are likely to think. although the US government just, I think yesterday, put out a warning that they could target individual, say, senatorial or congressional seats. The thing that we should keep in mind is, where is their commonality? I think all three of those countries regularly seek to send out a message that is designed to reduce confidence in democracy and democratic processes. And so we've seen Iranian activity recently more focused at the county level in battleground states. And I think we should all worry everywhere where there is a democracy that one of these countries will just seek to sow doubt about the outcome of the election, the accuracy of the ballot counting, regardless of who they may favor. They just want to see a world where citizens in democratic nations have less confidence in democracy.
In our last minute, this may be an unfair question, may deserve a whole conference, but we know each other well, and I know how deeply you think about regulation. I remember when President Obama gave an extraordinary speech and said, look, I have the ability to kill almost anyone with drones, and I shouldn't. I need to have Congress do things that help shape the way we make choices about who we deploy against terrorism, et cetera. And it was a president of the United States saying, hey, I need to have regulation. I need to have power. I'm interested as you look not just as Microsoft, but as big digital players that have become so extraordinarily influential in the future of the world and the management of the world today. Are there things from your perspective that we need to be wary of or be worried about the concentration of power? Is there something you think governance is not getting right that it needs to deal with the power of big players in this space?
Well, I would say two things. On the one hand, I think one should want to live in a world where there's the rule of law, there's healthy and balanced regulation. People always have choices among providers, whether it's at the grocery store or among use of data centers. So I think that is proper, and if it goes too far, it can be a challenge. But then there's the other side. This is what I really hope. It's not send drones. It's use our moral authority. That's what Europe and North America and, say, Japan, Australia, India, that is what we have together. We are not using our moral authority today because we're not using our voice when these attacks take place. And I'm not here to say that people should consider attacks as a violation or something that would invoke Article 5 of the NATO treaty, because that would require say a kinetic response. But ask yourself this: Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter prohibits the threat or use of force to violate the territorial integrity or political independence of another country. When Iran used a cyber attack to take down, say, the internet for a quarter of Albania, shouldn't that be considered a violation of that part of the United Nations Charter? And if so, why are we 2 years later not yet talking about it as governments, as allies, as the public and private sector together? Because if we won't stand up and use our voice, then what is there really to discourage these countries from engaging in this kind of conduct?
Well, we'll have to end it there, unfortunately, because it's such an important discussion. But I want to also mention that GLOBSEC is just launching a new geotech center. A big piece of it will be in the United States. A big piece of it will be here in Europe. Eastern Europe, Brad Smith and Microsoft are the first big supporters of this geotech center, so thank you. I'm on the advisory board of this and the chair of the U.S. side of this, so thank you so much, Brad. Let's give a big round of applause to Vice Chairman and President of Microsoft, Brad Smith. Thank you all. Now let me just tell you here, we'll be back in this room in about 20 minutes with another great discussion called European House of Cards. I don't think Kevin Spacey will be here, but European House of Cards. So enjoy your coffee and we'll see you for that next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Anja Wehler-Schöck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this afternoon's session entitled European House of Cards, where we will look at the future of Europe and what lies ahead for the new Commission. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Anja Wehler-Schöck, and I'm the international editor at the German newspaper Tagesspiegel. When I read the title that the organizers gave us for this session, European House of Cards, it made me wonder whether they were referring to a literal house of cards, meaning Europe could collapse like a house of cards in any minute, or whether they were referring to the US TV series and were predicting a bloody mess for Europe. So I guess either scenario would be kind of horrible. So what we'll try to do today is to discuss what the next Commission should do in order to prevent this. I'm thrilled to have four wonderful experts with me on the stage here today, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce them to you. First, Peter Hefele is the policy director of the Wilfried Martens Center in Brussels, which is a think tank affiliated with the European People's Party. Secondly, we have Alexandre Adam, who is a member of the Conseil d'État in France and used to be an advisor to. Third, we have Rahman, who is the managing director on Europe for the Eurasia Group. And fourth, we have Sławomir Sierakowski, a Polish sociologist and political analyst, and he's a senior research fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations and the president of the program board of the Impact CEE conferences in Poznan and Bucharest. Welcome, gentlemen. So let's have a seat. So let's start out fairly broadly to set the stage for our debate. Mish, the new Commission will start its work probably around the beginning of November, if all goes well. From your point of view, what should be its top priorities?
So excellent to be here. Thanks for having me. I think the priorities are quite straightforward to define. I think the bigger challenge will be the constraints those priorities face. The priorities, to my mind, are the strategic oversight of Ukraine, in particular the pieces of the Ukraine puzzle Europe is responsible for. So that's shepherding and advancing the accession process and providing the financing to keep Ukraine solvent and afloat. A major reform and upgrade of the European Union's budget. The next multi-annual financial framework runs from 2028 to 2035. The Commission will initiate its proposal in the middle of next year. 75% of EU financing goes on convergence or agricultural subsidies. That's not a budget that's fit for purpose in light of the geopolitical reality Europe is facing. So I think that will be a key priority. And then, of course, there's the competitiveness agenda and what Europe needs to do to maintain its competitiveness. Now, I think that agenda list is quite straightforward. As I say, the major constraints on that agenda, to my mind, are in particular the political developments we're seeing in France. I think there was a lot of anticipation and expectation from the coalition in Germany when it came to power 4 years ago. I think those hopes have been dashed. We have a chancellor who doesn't have a strong pro-European identity. The team around him is not particularly engaged with the European question. The coalition is quite dysfunctional. They're very defensive in Brussels. And you see that reflected across all major policy areas. Certainly that's what I always pick up when I am in Brussels. In that context, France was a major player. Macron, if you think about all of the areas where Europe has been most agitating, Macron has been behind those ideas. Creation of the EPC, common financing for European security and defense, NATO troops in the Ukraine theater, enlargement to Ukraine, reform of the EU to absorb Ukraine, etc. I think we're in a political equilibrium now in France that is highly problematic. A government may form in the next few days. It will likely disintegrate as it comes into contact with the National Assembly, and one has to go back to, I think, the 1950s, frankly, to understand the kind of political equilibrium France is now moving to. And I don't think that has been properly absorbed and understood. What impact domestic politics in France and the dysfunction we're now seeing is going to pose and constrain the agenda at the European level for the foreseeable future.
So, Alexandre, I think Mich pretty much set the stage for you. You were a Europe advisor to President Macron, and I would say, due to some unfortunate choices, he's significantly weakened right now. What becomes of France as a driver, and also what becomes of the German-French motor that we used to see?
Thank you, Anya, and thank you for the invitation here in GLOBSEC, in Prague. I would be less pessimistic than Mij on the French situation. I would not say that everything is going according to the plan. Yet. But what I would like to say is basically, of course, this is a new situation in France. We're not used to having coalition talks. Usually I read that this is something that is strange to the French political culture. It has not been in the entirety of our political history. But the key point that explains why this is difficult today is that the core moment of the French political life under the French, the Fifth Republic in France, is the presidential election. So all the players on the political spectrum are making their calculus, their computation, according to what will happen in France in 3 years from now. That being said, I'm rather optimistic that we could have first a prime minister and then a government in the days to come. I think that in this regard, what is today important, first I would say there is no power vacuum in France. There is no political crisis, there is no constitutional crisis. There's just more time needed than we used to need to form a government. What there is uncertainty. And of course, our European partners, our international partners, do not like uncertainty, and neither economic players. But there's uncertainty those days to avoid that the day after tomorrow there's instability. And to be sure that stability will come back and will come back as a driving feature of the French constitutional system. I think the president is trying to see what kind of government could pass through the National Assembly. That might happen, I think, first a prime minister in the days to come and forging majorities in the National Assembly. The first big test, of course, will be the budget during fall. And one last element on this, I think that what President Macron wants to ensure when nominating, and that is his constitutional prerogative, wants to ensure is that the Prime Minister will drive a policy that might not be exactly the policy that has been led during the past years, but the pro-European orientation and pro-competitiveness and pro-business policy, while, of course, making our public finances sounder. And finally, I know I'm already too long, but in some words on the Franco-German motor, having experienced that question many times over the years I was in the Élysée, in the temperature of this motor is usually taken every month, and so you have peaks of temperature, moments where the temperature is fine, and you can really assess whether this is working or not in times of big political crisis or big crisis. And we saw that during COVID, the Franco-German motor was there to find solutions. And so I think that if we are to come to such a crisis in the months or years to come, we will find again the Franco-German motor to be there.
Peter, you are a German, but you also work for the EPP in Brussels, so you can speak with two hats. Where do you see the priorities, and where do you see the driving forces? Are you confident that the German Franco motor will still work?
Well, I would not put so much emphasis on this. steam engine, because both have run a bit out of steam for different reasons. I see other powers in Europe rising, and this is for me a new architecture in Europe, a new geography of power. We have our Polish friends here, for example. In certain policy fields, we will see different nations playing absolutely regional role. This is a new picture, new image of Europe we will see. In addition, what you mentioned on the priorities, I would like to go back a bit to more fundamental and crucial issues, which we often forget. But, well, giving the title of ours, the cards falling apart, then this problem of representation, for example, in Europe, that's what European citizens very much demand, is not solved. We have to upgrade the way we can participate. Then, in this respect, of course, political parties absolutely play a crucial role. We have huge inequalities among our European nations, and imagine we go really into enlargement that will multiply. No answer for that. You mentioned the topic of budget. Yes, that is exactly the point, and we will see it in the MFF, which priorities are set, and we have to make crucial cuts into existing budgets, otherwise we will not be able to fulfill any expectations. And don't forget fundamental issues such as demography. We have brain drains in the Balkans, for example, Eastern Europe, aging societies. Well, we can talk a lot of fancy policies, but this is the basis for economic power, for geopolitical importance. So that is an issue I would never let aside.
Thank you. Slavomir, you're from Poland, a country that under the new government is trying to, again, set very constructive impulses for the future of Europe. Where are the priorities from your perspective, and how can Poland become an even stronger force in the new European Union?
Thank you for the invitation. I don't know whether we have a Franco-German engine, but we have a driver. Finally, finally I can take part in the conferences when I don't need to excuse myself or explain my country or what's crazy about Poland. I remember our many conversations with Macron when I was the guy who had to constantly trying to present my crazy country as somebody that it's worth waiting for. And I think now we are a little bit in the opposite situations. So I think we live in a time when official agenda is less and less important, or at least up to date. So, and we don't have a comfort in Poland to follow all the official things, and because we're not bordering Atlantic Ocean, we're bordering Russia, and inside we're bordering populists. And on purpose, I'm using the word bordering because with populists, at least in Poland, we deal with each other like two countries. They present Tusk as a German politician. They will destroy not only the opposition, but journalists, experts. So when I'm saying we, I can't say I'm neutral, because there is nothing neutral from the populist point of view. As for priorities, I think what we're trying to avoid from Polish perspective is not even a hybrid war, but rather a hybrid peace. So something that usually is presented on the West as we don't want Ukraine to lose, but we don't want Ukraine to win, which is still implicitly behind majority of speeches from Western leaders. So, so this is the priority number 1, 2, and 3. Then second of all, I will follow my predecessor and say that still we have to deal with something more fundamental on the social level. What gave power to populists in Poland were not the fundamentalist voters that usually are the most visible, so they everybody focus on them, Catholic, nationalist, right, but more somebody that we found in the social research as cynical voters, as people who fully agree with the liberal part and are European, they are culturally same as voters of the liberal parties, but they vote for populists. And mostly, it's not for ideological reasons, but for social reasons. And I think, I can't say that the situation in Germany and France is similar to the situation in Poland, but I think that a certain structure, and what I mean, to make it short, is some kind of caring about this, or dragging in this cynical voters, which I think now it's your turn, after Polish Yeah. And then the third thing would be something that, and I don't think there is a good answer for that. And I think we have to find a good answer for that, like what to do with these firebrands, Orban and Fico. I mean, we're here not in Bratislava, but in Prague for some reason, right? And I think like the time has come to do something with that. And I know that like officially Article number 7, and there are not many official ways to do it, but as Prosecutor Jackson said once, this Nuremberg prosecutor of America, like sometimes we have to be practical. So let's be practical with Orban and Fico finally.
So Mitch, let's follow up on that last issue, because you work a lot on Hungary, and Slavomir mentioned Viktor Orban, also Fico in Slovakia. What dangers do you see coming from those countries? Do you possibly see a new axis in the EU as a disruptive force? We could think that the FPÖ, for example, might win the upcoming Austrian election. What concerns you most, and what should be done with it? Should we more work with sanctions, like was it in the case of Poland or Hungary?
So I think the creation of this group, the Patriots for Europe in the European Parliament, to my mind is a very significant development, because it suggests populist groups within the European Parliament are willing to align more strategically than they have been willing to do in the past around this vision of a Europe of nation states, which suggests the Orban worldview has more oxygen, and actually that he is less isolated than one would typically assume, that he's not a sole voice in the wind, but there's a body of opinion that supports that idea, and it is now going to garner significant support within the EP, third largest group within the European Parliament. You know, I think it is a direct confrontation to the kind of populism that is espoused by the likes of someone like Giorgia Meloni, who to my mind is a much more tactical populist. So she identifies quite narrow issues, she plays to those very narrow issues, but then that effectively enables her to run a very centrist foreign policy, European policy, and economic policy that's a lot more constructive. I think the kind of populism we're seeing by Orban, much more ideological, and to my mind, much more problematic over the medium term. Now, the Patriots within the EP are not a major problem for governance per se, because there is still a very large majority from which von der Leyen can draw. The risk, I think, over the medium term is that worldview begins to garner more representation within the European Council. So as you've just suggested, elections in Austria in 30 days, there's a question mark hanging over Czechia and its ultimate direction over the medium term. There's the Slovaks, there's obviously Orban. If you begin to see a constituency within the European Council that supports that worldview, that, to my mind, is a major problem in the ability of Europe to build consensus over all the issues that we're talking about. You know, reform of the EU budget, enlargement, competitiveness, more fiscal support, all of these operate on the basis of unanimity. Final point on Hungary, look, what to do about Orban? I mean, you hit him where it hurts, and that's money. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is 5% of Hungarian GDP. This is serious money. We advise up to 800 investors. Whenever there is a concern about European disbursements to the Hungarian economy, the cost of Orban issuing debt and servicing outstanding debt increases. And so that is, to me, the leverage that the European Union has over Orban, and it should absolutely use that leverage. It should starve Orban of his ability to finance his kleptocracy with European money, and it has the means at its disposal to do that, and I think it should continue to do that.
Mm-hmm. Peter, I know you have some thoughts on these issues. Also, I wanted to ask you, from the point of view of EPP, how do you deal with the new group on the right, and how can we fight the strengthening of populism?
Well, first of all, the results in the European elections have been quite stabilizing, so we get a comparatively stable center, so I'm less pessimistic about the stability. Dealing with these forces, yes, but many mistakes had been, both in Hungary and Slovakia, made on domestic politics, and also parties close to us made some fundamental political mistakes. So this is not a lost case. We have to work also on stabilizing and strengthening the opposition, and I see some signs where we can build upon. On the European side, I would less work with sanctions and things like that. They have always backfired to a large extent. What we have to bring in is a positive notion, and you're right that they're trying to reinterpret certain concepts of Europe, of even Christian democracy, for example. This is where we have to have close eye, that this idea of Europe is not lost or shifted to a certain kind of interpretation, which would be absolutely against the original idea of Europe.
Mm. Alexandre, in France, you also have the specter of Marine Le Pen looming on the horizon. What was your take on that? Where is France standing right now, and what is on the horizon for the new Commission in terms of political orientation?
I think that in French government, even if démissionnaire in French, so soon to be replaced, but very aligned with the guidelines that were presented by President von der Leyen last July. And I would say that from a French perspective, the next month, maybe first we should not forget what we have achieved together during the last 5 years, because this is really quite a lot. We have had many moments where we were fearing that the possibility to find a consensus when needed would not be found. But despite that, the support to Ukraine, the NGU, Green Deal, etc., the migration and Asylum Pact, we did it. And these are huge achievements. I wanted to recall that because I think that the key features of the next mandate will be first implementing all of this legislation. And we have a lot of constituencies, a lot of stakeholders who are asking us simplification in less bureaucratic burdens, etc. So we have to expect a legislature of the European Parliament that is also about accompanying and implementing for the member states legislation that were passed. Implementing, so simplifying, and investment, of course. Investment will be a key word. It was the key word, one of the key words of the speech by Ursula von der Leyen in July. And of course, this is bringing us to the next MFF. And this is bringing us to what kind of mix, when we speak of financing, between public financing and private financing, we can find. And that's where I would have one other priorities in that respect. It's really time has come to make progress on the capital market union. I think it's really important that when you see that 300 billion euros go outside of savings, go outside the European Union and finance other countries than European countries, we need to find the ways to keep that money into Europe and put it in the European economy.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that later. I want to ask a quick follow-up because Peter gave me the keywords representation and democracy. And Ursula von der Leyen had asked the member states to provide both a man and a woman as candidates for the new commission, and most of the member states chose to ignore this. So what can be done to achieve her goal of parity in the new commission, or do you think we'll have an almost all-male commission on the horizon?
Well, we're not set to have 27 men as commissioners.
Well, 7 women, I think.
No, it's not the case. I mean, I'm not sure that I would put demography and equality between women and men in exactly the same political category. But answering to your question, the thing is that it's a member state responsibility. And some, like France, had already commissioners who happened to be male, and that France wanted to see staying in Brussels. Then, for member states who want to appoint new commissioners, well, there's a strong encouragement, I think, coming from the Commission, and for the remaining ones to present female candidates. In the end, and let's just also recall that today the scenery of the top jobs is 4 women and a man. Maybe not forget this, I think, excellent development.
Slawomir, I wanted to come to you. In terms of political orientation, we'll likely see a disconnect between the Commission, the Council, and the European Parliament. How can this be bridged, and what challenges do you see in that regard?
Let me first come back to this.
Yeah, please do.
Because, like, by the way, we could start with the panel construction, because we are all men. You're
yes.
the moderator, so.
And we're sitting on the Albright Stage, so very, very telling.
Right. Poland has a very good candidate, but I wouldn't mind if there will be certain changes in this way. And by the way, Tusk has there is a certain leverage on countries, especially those ones that just overcame populists, because the women's right in Poland is a big issue. And even when Poland was supposed to choose what's the main priority for the Polish presidency, the choice was between like defense or security and women's rights. So push Poland. This would be my message to you. Other than that, I wouldn't agree with one of my predecessors who said that sanctions don't work. I remember one of the, I don't know if Mark Leonard was there. Were you there when we had a conversation with Jim O'Brien? Yeah, right. So Jim O'Brien this was the head of sanctions on Russia, and the sanction issue is very complicated, and usually goes like the real way goes very differently than we read it in the press. Sanctions usually work, and they worked in Poland. One of the reasons why liberal side won elections were the recovery plan that was suspended for populists. Hungary is a very unique case. Hungary is very, very different. As Orban said, Hungary borders itself, right? And this Trianon syndrome is something that you don't have maybe you have it in Russia, but you don't have it in the European Union. So to approach to Hungary should be very, very specific, but should be finally. I remember for 8 years they were supporting each other. We were the hostage of two guys. I mean, I don't want to see that anymore. And I don't want to listen about paragraphs, articles, like, let's do something finally. And when the EU broke so many red lines when it comes to fiscal union happened to be possible, buying weapons happened to be possible, so maybe doing something with Orban can be possible. And this is how I try to avoid your question about Parliament Commission.
Alexandre mentioned the Capital Markets Union. Enrico Letta just presented a very large paper on the possible or the necessary reforms that the EU should do in order to ensure its competitiveness. Which, what do you think should be on the top of the list of the Commission? And do you think it's realistic that these things will be implemented? Enrico Letta moved more in the direction of a savings and investment union.
I have great respect for Enrico and the report he did, but I think, frankly, the talk of capital markets union is complete nonsense, and it's used by policymakers as a panacea because there's a recognition that mobilizing European taxpayer money is going to prove too politically challenging, and as a result, the kind of default position is the private sector needs to do more. Well, if you look at Ukraine, for example, pre-war GDP was 100 billion, 150 billion. Post-war reconstruction needs are 600 billion. You're not going to get the private sector to rebuild Ukraine. It's ultimately going to be the European taxpayer. That's going to have to come from the MFF, or it's going to have to come from some next generation EU-type facility, which ultimately is contingent upon European taxpayers. And it's for that reason I come back again to the domestic political complex in France and Germany. It's not to say everything depends on France and Germany, but I think when it comes to moving big money at the European level, you need the buy-in of Paris and Berlin. And I disagree with Alex on the political situation France is confronting. I think whatever government Macron ultimately stands up will not command a majority, so well short of the 289 seats required to be sustainable over the medium term. It is highly likely to fall when it tries to promulgate a budget that meets European fiscal rules. That will demand a correction of about 0.6% of GDP. I don't see any minority government in Paris being able to do that. And then when you think about moving serious money at the European level, you need a majority in the National Assembly to agree to that outcome. And that is the one thing France is not going to be able to deliver, arguably, between now and 2027. So there's the tough question to ask is, how does von der Leyen move her agenda forward in light of the political reality that we're seeing in France? And I've not even begun to talk about, obviously, the very dogmatic fiscal debate. In Germany, where you have a country with a debt-to-GDP ratio of about 60%, but a coalition that's scrambling to cut 30 billion from the budget next year as they run into flat growth because of a ruling from the Constitutional Court that says the way the coalition has been financing itself is effectively unconstitutional. I mean, these are the fiscal questions that I think are hanging over the next mandate. The private sector is not going to solve them.
Mm. Peter.
I just made that a point. I think if we sit together in 2 or 3 years, the issue of European revenues, origin revenues, will be on the table. This is the big Voldemort nobody's talking about. We avoided this in the election, for example, but giving the balances, the imbalances, I would rather say, on the debt we have accumulated in Europe, there is no other way. We have to talk tough on that. Will Europe have its own revenues? Wherever it comes from, but this is the big issue we cannot avoid any longer to talk about.
Alexandra, since Slavomir chose to dodge my question on the political disconnect between the different bodies, you get to answer it. How do we bridge it?
Sorry, but again, the question.
The political disconnect between a new commission, the European Parliament, and the Council. How does the EU function, and how do we bridge these disconnects?
Well, I think that the political disconnect is a bit exaggerated. I mean, first, the Commission organization and the political families, let's say, represented within within the European Commission are just replicates of national governments and their political affiliation. So that's for the one thing. Then when you have a look at the European Parliament, I think that Peter said it, the center held. Of course, there was a shift to the right, but in the end, the center held. And the majority that re-elected Ursula von der Leyen was bigger than 5 years ago. And there are still even probably votes that really can be can come into majorities for proposals that would be presented by the European Commission. I think that one of the main features of the new European Parliament is probably, but I think Peter's joy, or that the EPP not only is extremely strong, but is also in a way the pivot group. In the previous European Parliament, you could have majorities without the EPP, and I think that something like 10% of the files were adopted by, let's say, center and left wing, including the Greens majority, so 10% of the files, that majority does not exist anymore. So the EPP has a lot of cards in the hands for, and therefore, a huge responsibility for the years to come. So for me, the question is not really the one of the disconnect between the three institutions. The real question is the one, I think, flagged by Mij of, say, governable European Council. And to what extent will some other leaders than Orban and Fico continue or confirm a shift of Eurosceptic stance. For me today, the less clear picture that I see on the European political scene is the President of the Council in Italy. I still can't explain the reason for the no in the European Council and why Fratelli d'Italia did not support Ursula von der Leyen in the European Parliament, because it was, well, I think there was a discrepancy between what we've seen as kind of a Europeanized Italian government over the last months and years and what happened during the summer.
Mm-hmm. Mich, I know you want to follow up on this?
I guess my sense, Alex, is...
Thank you.
Because von der Leyen managed to pull in the Greens, her majority has been reinforced and she's actually less dependent on support of the ECR and Maloney. And so really to send the signal around ambivalence to von der Leyen that Maloney is still needed is why she voted and her group voted the way it did in both the EP and she abstained in the European Council.
But that explains July, that does not explain June. But
okay, if Peter quickly, and then we'll...
To mention that we have really a stable window for the next three to 2 years, because with the Council, the Parliament's majority, this is quite unique. I think we should use this consensus to a certain extent. I'm quite sure that Italy will also join in many projects. I'm least concerned about Meloni's position. What I do not expect is any major institutional shifts between, say, the Parliament and the Commission, which we had seen much more in 2019. The framework remains more or less stable, and it depends indeed on the cohesion of the parties and the groups. And, well, some parties didn't play very well in this respect.
Before I open the floor for the audience, I wanted to come to Ukraine, which we've only touched on lightly so far. Slavomir, where do you see the EU headed on Ukraine, both in terms of accession, but also in terms of security, for example, creating joint procurement within the EU on defense?
When it comes to accession, it's very hard to say or to compare the reality with what is on papers, right? So probably reality looks worse than papers. But one thing is clear, no matter who's gonna win elections, Europe will have to take more responsibility, like financial responsibility, and also when it comes to weapon. And I think it can be good for the EU, not only for Ukraine as well, because we are in the similar place, and we can be next. And from this point of view, I'm quite happy that there is a certain shift from like the traditional Franco-German position to more like, well, of course, we have in this region narcissism of small differences between Poland, Czech Republic, and so on. But still, I think that it's also a good time to overcome this, or to integrate the region that Rumsfeld called New Europe. But I think there is something in it. Like we're having more, and we should take more and more political responsibility for the EU. Pushing also the EU to take more military responsibility for what's going on in the broader European map.
Peter, do you want to speak?
And to emphasize that, I think enlargement, whatever and however it might happen, is not a one-way issue. We have underestimated what it really means for us, and well, we see the budget risk, for example, but I see more the chances for a transformation of the old European Union. This is a gigantic momentum we should use, and it's not sold very well in the political communication. I would put an emphasis on the next Commission to really put the positive impacts, as burdensome they might and painful they might, but this is the only way to move the whole carriage further on.
Maybe I would like to add to one thing as a Polish romantic, and, that if the condition for the victory of Ukraine will be met in Kremlin, right, then something will also happen important in Belarus, because it's a clear function of what's going to happen in Russia. And Belarusians shouldn't be forgotten here, also because, again, we were good experts on Ukraine, and we are also good experts on Belarus. And this country, we call them Protestants of Eastern Europe, because even if the director of Kolkhoz is ruling there, still it's a country that is 3 times more affluent than Ukraine. It's not because of Lukashenko, it's because of Belarusians. And what happened in 2020 was they just went 500 kilometers mentally to the west, and they are still there, and they are still fighting. Maybe now only like learning Belarusian, because only 10% of the society learn Belarusian, but they are doing this work. They are like in the situation of Poland in 1983. But 6 years after we had this window of opportunity, they're going to have it as well. So whenever we talk about, and also Ukraine will never be safe if Belarusian will not be free. But then Poland will never be safe if Belarus and Ukraine will not be independent. And if Poland won't be safe, you will lose Tusk as the only really experienced and tough leader in Europe that I see now.
And let's not forget Georgia, which is the most immediate challenge. We have the elections now, and the whole Caucasus and the Black Sea region is at stake in this respect.
Absolutely. I can add Armenia and Moldova. There are also same people as we, and huge culture, and we need them, they need us.
I want to give the audience a chance to participate with their questions, and I see one right there. You'll get a microphone. Please briefly state who you are and ask your question.
Thank you. My name is Lalita Sigana. I'm from Center for Geopolitical Studies in Riga. I just wanted to follow...
Please stand up, please.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on the question on Belarus. There, of course, was a big prisoners exchange, exchanging opposition leaders from Russia. Is there something that European Union could do about Belarusian political prisoners? Because we know that the regime has been cracking down on them for much longer than in Russia. Thank you.
I'll take a second one. Okay, if there's none at the moment, please go ahead. We've had a question about a possible Belarus prisoner exchange. Slawomir, do you want to take it?
I'm Minister of Belarus here, so but there is not much leverage on Belarus, unfortunately. But there is some, and it's a Belarusian border with Poland, transport, and that means also you immediately bring in China there. Because you know the transport from China goes through Belarus, a big part of it. And the sanctions, so sanctions is another leverage, and the third thing is surprisingly Lukashenko. Don't confuse these guys; they hate each other, Lukashenko and Putin. And the better liar is Lukashenko, by the way. He was lying to Russia for like more than 20 years. That like give us cheap petrol, and I'm going to have same currency as you have in Russia, same Supreme Court as in Russia, same legal system. Like he promised everything, he delivered 10%. So playing with these two guys, being tough on the border issue and transport issue, and then the rest is the question of time, because it's also not it's not by chance that he's freeing certain prisoners. He started and he will continue.
Thank you. I'll take a question from Slido. We have a question on how countries in Central and Eastern Europe can follow the Polish example and become stronger, a stronger force within Europe, and what role they can play under the new commission. So maybe Slavomir, you want to take a start, and Mitch, I know you have thoughts on these issues too, so maybe you want to follow up. Yeah.
So this is the first one, right? The red one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So like the question was like how to follow Polish example, right?
Yes, but we have a couple of questions on the CEE on leadership, so feel free to expand on the issue.
Well, I touched the topic when I wanted to go deeper into the social field of it, so like how to deal with certain parts of electorate. Like my message was like clear, so like don't put to the same basket the voters of populists. They are fragmented, that different, and some of them are to be, I can't say bribed, because there are also good guys there, but if you live in the province and somebody talks to you about the Supreme Court or free judiciary, they don't know, like or free media, they don't have the same newspapers because they don't reach them. So like this would be my thing, and it was a huge surprise in Poland when we realized that they have two electorates. So like if I would suggest something like follow closely this example of how the constituencies are really built in the countries. Don't go through stereotypes like good guys, bad guys. It's more complicated.
Okay, Mitch, maybe focusing a little bit more on defense, Poland in NATO and Poland as a strong defense actor, for example.
Yeah, so on the general question of leadership in Central and Eastern Europe, I don't have a huge amount of sympathy for this view. It's often talked about, obviously it will be talked about a lot at GLOBSEC. I think there's a difference between a real leadership vacuum in France and Germany because governments are weak and struggling, and a geopolitical context, obviously a threat to liberal democracy on Europe's eastern border that is motivating politics in this part of the world. That creates a context where Central and Eastern Europe can lead, and the actual leadership decisions involved in taking decisions that actually involve very tough choices and have real implications. For example, if we are serious about absorbing Ukraine into the EU, that will ultimately mean a budget outcome that converts all net recipients into net contributors. Kind of where is Central and Eastern Europe on the question of Ukraine's accession, if that were the fiscal reality of the, if that process to conclude in that way. And I think when you pose those tough questions, this question around leadership becomes a bit more abstract and a bit more challenging and a bit more difficult.
I know that Alexandra and Peter also want to chime in. Alexandra?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mish, but with maybe a different perspective on the question of leadership. That in the European Union was constructed to avoid or to avoid leadership, or at least the leadership, the imperium of the one. And in the same respect, the idea of the center of gravity shifting east or north or south, etc., does not mean to me a lot. When you read the French historian Fernand Braudel, center of gravity in Europe in the 14th century was in Venice, then Genoa, then moved to Amsterdam, then London, and after World War II, it moved to New York. Maybe today it's in Washington, I don't know. But most probably in the economic powerhouse of Europe, i.e. Germany, and politically probably Brussels. So, I mean, I think that the question of leadership is not necessarily the question that we absolutely need to ask ourselves. But the question of the weakness of some governments as a concern that I can understand, of course.
Still, if you see how policy concepts are developed, it's very much the Western and Central European lenses still. And I hope that we have strong new commissioners, for example, in the future upcoming years, that they will really bring in the perspective from Central and Eastern European countries. There's a lot of potential in the transformation there.
We have another Slido question. I don't see any on the floor right now, regarding the digital and green transition. Alexandra, would you like to start? How can the new Commission further the digital and green transition?
Yes, I think the question is further, because the legislative acts, we have them. I mean, the whole package of the Green Deal, the DSA, the AI Act. So the question is, how do we implement this? And how do we accompany both households, economic operators in implementing this in the time frame of implementation that is foreseen by those legislation. And we'll just give one example, the Clean Industrial Act that was announced by President von der Leyen last July. It's a lot about that. It's how to ensure that while complying with the requirements of the Green Deal, our business still can remain competitive. So it's really a lot about this, and this will require as well investment, even if the sources of investment should be more public than private, if I understand Mish correctly.
And that is, by the way, an issue on populism as well, because there is an underlying social dimension. We have seen this, if we ask middle classes in Europe, the fear of falling down is huge. And if we manage to create new sources of value, that could also help to give a vision to them.
Mitch, are you confident that the new Commission will advance on the digital and green transition?
I don't have a huge amount to say on this. I suspect this will be an area of policy that von der Leyen tries to advance, and it will in part depend on whether she can sustain the support of members of the European Council and the Greens in the European Parliament. But I don't have much to add to what Alex said.
Slavomir, since we're heading towards the end of our discussion, I wanted to ask you, when we convene 1 year from today, what will Europe look like?
Are you serious?
Look in the glass bowl for us.
There will be, I believe, France will still think that there is no leader in the EU, which actually is exactly the opposite what I heard from France for the last years.
No, sorry, seriously. When you listen or read at the speeches by President Macron, he never pretended that France was a leader.
I thought that there was a leader without a state.
Without a state.
In the EU. I mean,
okay,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
matter. Agree to disagree.
You can say a collective leadership.
Okay.
Intellectual leadership is what we've had from the Elysee, but that's the truth, though. If you look at all the major areas of policy where Europe has been agitating, those have the Elysee's fingerprints on literally all of them. So I do think intellectual leadership is certainly something Macron has done.
Okay, we'll let Slavomir finish his crystal ball gaze.
Well, in France, I think we have a clear choice, either king, philosopher, or revolution. And I think now we have a revolution time, so we'll see what's going to happen in 3 years. But in 1 year, well, I think the war will still be going on. I hope Tusk will play a positive role. I think the more quiet you are about the green and digital things, the better the farther you go, including Tusk also. I remember how populists behaved before, and actually they were shouting, they were bullshitting a lot, but inside they were much more cooperative than when we could expect. Green Deal was broke by one of Polish commissioner who was hardcore populist. So with Tusk can be even harder, and also for Germans, Tusk will be a much harder partner than isolated, poor and quite crazy government that ruled Poland before. So I hope Poland will play a positive role and in 1 year to go. But so shortly speaking, I don't know.
Well, I guess we all don't, but I'm glad that we had such a rather positive tone on this panel regarding the future of Europe. Thank you all, dear panelists, for participating. Thank you, dear audience, for following our session. And please stay tuned, because in a little while we'll have the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, Edi Rama, joining us on the stage, which I'm sure will be a very interesting discussion. So thank you all very much, and see you in a little while.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Steve Clemons.
Hi, everybody. Oops, hope you can hear me. Great. Thank you for being here. I feel like in this conference, we're just getting to the hump of the first day. There ought to be sort of medals or mugs or T-shirts given to those people who've made it so far, even if you're sitting in comfortable couches. You've been working hard. So it's great to be with all of you. Listen, this next session is called Region Under Siege, Fragility of the Western Balkans. And I think one of the elements, we're going to have a fascinating and important consequential speaker on this subject, but I think one of the dimensions you'll find in this conference, whether we're talking about the Middle East, whether we're talking about Asia, whether we're talking about Ukraine and Russia, is there is a global fragility out there. But one of the most important sets of tectonic instabilities has long been in the Western Balkans, and we're going to hear about what ingredients it takes to generate stability and what the threats to that stability may be. So without further ado, please welcome our special guest, Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Prime Minister Rama. I did tell him that I'm very jealous of the shoes he's been running, because I've been running from all the stages today in these shoes that are not comfortable at all. And he just said, they're really cheap, I can get them out on the street. So, Mr. Prime Minister, great to see you. And you did tell me about the shoes.
No, I said you can get, not me.
No, I said, yeah, I could get them. Mr. Prime Minister, let me just start with the topic that we have here, which is about stability in the Western Balkans. This has been a long-running point of concern in many of the GLOBSEC sessions that I have participated in. Let me just ask you, what are the big drivers of instability at this moment? And what do you think the region is getting wrong and the surrounding region is getting wrong that it needs to better understand?
First of all, I should praise Vladimir Putin, because thanks to him, the European Union understood how important it was to keep the Western Balkan much more close, and how important the Western Balkan is for the European Union. So it's unfortunate that we needed Vladimir to make it clear in the hardest and in the most criminal way, but this was helpful.
But isn't that a real problem when I noticed this in the transatlantic relationship with NATO as well, that before the invasion of Ukraine, there were people out saying NATO has no purpose anymore, but then after if you have a threat-driven perception of the world, is that healthy?
No, talking about the European Union, I must tell you that there were a lot of people in the Union that were not at all believing in what they repeated like mantra, that the Western Balkans should be part of the European Union, that your place is the European Union, that one day you'll be in the European Union, and making it for us like the communists once upon a time, when they used to say our place is in the earth paradise, the red horizon is there for us, one day we'll reach. And then, of course, the reality hit it very hardly, and the war in Ukraine shook completely the status quo, to say the least, and the European Union started to be much more aware of how important the Western Balkans are exactly for the safety and security of Europe, first and foremost. And I have to say that Ursula von der Leyen was fundamental in that, because she was the one that from day one started to try and reshape the narrative. But of course, she needed help from Putin to do it properly.
And on this stage, a little while ago, where you're sitting, I was interviewing Brad Smith, the vice chairman and president of Microsoft, and he raised an incident that I had not known about. I should have, which was an Iran-based cyber attack against Albania. Apparently, according to Brad, it shut down a quarter of Albania's economy, essentially. And Brad was asking, why is that not a violation, a major, equivalent to a territorial invasion violating the UN Charter? He was very firm about this, saying that we don't understand the importance of the digital vulnerability and the digital malfeasance of state actors. And I want to ask you this about Albania, because Albania is looked at as part of the stability equation in the region. Thank you. Stability equation in the region. Tell us about that Iran attack, and how are you doing when it comes to Russia, when it comes to other players that are using, you know, digital sabotage, if you will, to undermine governments trying to go a different direction?
I like when microphones do not work in the European Union, because it feels home. First of all, before getting to the point of raising the question that what we need to happen to consider cyber war a real war, and to retaliate through you know, a framework or a frame of rules that accordingly address it, we need to question what violation of the health, both mental and even physical, of our kids needs to happen to start and consider the social media a real problem. So I go back to that because I think it serves the purpose of answering that we are still very far from addressing accordingly the overall digital world that is happening and growing and taking over in many ways on the real world, bringing a lot of good, but also a lot of threats, and with the threats also a lot of consequential
So you think we need
damages.
to get that squared away before we figure out what an act of war would be?
No, it's part of it. Of course, it's part of it. But you know, to still continue and consider the freedom of freedom of speech, and to still not react towards all this crazy thing that is happening to our kids and to our communities and to our public opinions through all this incredible volume of information and disinformation and all this is absolutely irresponsible.
Are we any good? And I use we in the sense of you and me and everyone on the side of wanting stability and growth. Are we any good at being resilient? Because one of the reasons I want to ask about the Iran question is you've been out promoting closer talks and transparency between Kosovo and Serbia. Brad Smith was saying one of his biggest points of concern are the upcoming elections in Moldova, that the ongoing activities of disinformation and cyber sabotage are building in the neighborhood that you're in. And so in that space, I'm just sort of interested in, you know, how you see it, and are there tricks to resilience that we need to begin considering? And what is Albania's part in that stability equation?
Albania is very, very clearly on the side of peace, on the side of dialogue, on the side of common progress. And our strong belief is that we should not see the future with the eyes of the past. We should see the past with the eyes of the future. And when you start from there, then many things become clear, and many obstacles become less problematic, and many steps can be undertaken. So in that regard, we have promoted peace and dialogue and cooperation with everyone. So I took the initiative to go and visit Serbia 68 years after the last visit.
Right.
And this was the start of something that I very much believe in. And I would say that Western Balkans today are in a much better place than they were. And we have never been better as Albania and Albanians. And this situation in the Western Balkans is also part of it.
Right.
But on the other hand, I have to say that I don't see any more a big difference between us and the European Union. Of course, when it comes to the economy, we have an important gap to still fill. But on the rest, I don't see much difference. So I would say that we have always been Europeans, and we are Europeans, and this is not something that can be decided in Brussels. But looking now the perspective of being full members of the European Union, I strongly believe that even today we would be an added value.
I want to ask you about the EU accession. You were with Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken once, and you thanked him actually for being supportive of your EU accession track. But my question is really less just about Albania's EU accession track. The question is, how important are both Europe and maybe NATO as an entity, even though NATO membership is not in this equation per se, but NATO's concern and prioritization of the Western Balkans, and the U.S. in trying to bring greater stability, less instability in the Western Balkans?
For us, again, for Albania, it's very clear. We are completely and with no reservation, because we do everything with no reservation, by the way. You know, we had no reservation also when we went in the wrong way all the way. So it's what we do. We are not you know, at all good possible Eurocrats. We are Europeans, and we are all in. So with no reservation about being part of the European Union, with no reservation about aligning with European Union policy, foreign policy, 100%, with no reservation as member of NATO, and with no reservation against the Russian aggression in Ukraine. So we are a country where, in general, it's very, very clear everywhere, from the taxi driver to everyone else, where we belong. While it's not the same for the whole region. You know, in Albania, Vladimir Putin popularity is between 1 point something to 1 point something else %. While there are countries in the region where Vladimir Putin is much more popular than Joe Biden or Kamala Harris even, you know. So the thing is how to bring all this club, all this neighborhood together, to keep it together, and to integrate it fully in the European Union, which means to integrate it fully with the European values and principles, but also with the European Union and, of course, Euro-Atlantic way of looking at the foreign relations. And this is not an easy task.
I'm going to ask our friends in the back just to give us a few more minutes, since we started a little bit late. We started with 15 minutes. I'm going to need a few more because I do want to get some Slido questions in.
When you organize meetings with Balkan people, you have to make them longer. Because,
get a few more minutes, yeah.
Because,
well, I want to ask you. I mean, there's one question I really want to ask, but then there are other questions I have to ask. But the one I really want to ask is, you have a reputation which is really interesting, and I want to learn from it. I think a lot of people, which is, you're known for having developed, you have the Socialist Party, a very good relationship with many members of the Trump team when he was president, and with the Biden team. And you seem to be able to handle them from both sides. A lot of people would like to learn that skill. We have an election coming up back again with the former president. You've got Jared Kushner interested in developing a very prime piece of property in beautiful Albania. But you're also going to potentially have a successor to Joe Biden coming in. How do you, I don't want to make this about America, but I do want to make this about how do you navigate such interesting global personalities who probably significantly dislike each other, but somehow you're the centerpiece?
Listen, I grew in a communist time under a ruthless communist regime. We were North Korea of Europe, and communists used to say the friends of our friends are our friends. The enemies of our friends are our enemies. And sometimes I see this also being the way of conduct also of Democrats. I mean, Democrats in Europe and Democrats in America, not Democratic Party. I mean,
right.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe that in the picking
winners and losers
in that way your friends. And on the other hand, I'm maybe the tallest prime minister around, but I'm very aware that I don't represent a very tall country. So Albania is a small country. We need friends.
Do you like Jared Kushner's?
We need friends, and we have to deal. For example, you talk about and by the way, to make it more clear, I'm friend with Jared and Alex Soros.
Yeah, I know.
Which is a more
Alex is here in town.
Which is a more salty, let's say, confrontation than Biden and Trump, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm going to say this: Albania is friend with Turkey and with Greece. So how can we pick side? How can we choose?
No, I think you ought to open a school.
We have to continue and strengthen the friendship with both. So I'm very good friend with Giorgia Meloni. She represents the right. I had to explain to my fellows on the left that it's not a good idea to think that if I go and talk to the meeting of her party where I'm invited, to be considered a traitor, because this kind of categorizations are not helpful
does it
in
get
the
you
world
into
of
complexity?
today.
Because, as I understand
people are people.
Yeah.
And at the end, I always believe that talking to people and even disagreeing graciously is much better than not talking and fueling disagreements that can become very damaging for everyone.
So how do you reconcile the deal you're doing now with Italy to create the, as I understand it, the asylum processing camps to begin? I think there are 2 of them. While many in the EU object to that deal, I don't know how it's playing in Albania, but how do you reconcile it? Does that become a stumbling block in a way to your EU accession while it makes the Italian government
First of all, you don't have, and it happens nowadays, the journalists don't have accurate information.
Well, I want to get, that's why I'm asking.
So it's not that many in the EU, because the EU as such, and if for you we consider the European Union represented by Ursula von der Leyen, is not saying that the deal is wrong. There are many among the, let's say, so-called progressive side of Europe that consider this deal a bad idea. And you ask me now how I can reconcile all that. It's not for me to reconcile, but for me is simply to be useful to friends, and for Albania is to be useful to friends. So if friends ask, you have to be there for them, and you don't need necessarily to agree 100%. So, you know, we have gone in wars together, wars that we didn't choose. You choose. And we came with you, and we didn't question that, and we don't question that, because this is how it should be. So this being said, this deal is about a subject that is so big, is so important, is so defining for Europe and the way Europe should see itself and its future. I am talking about the problem of immigration, that to transform it in a quarrel between left and right, and to transform it in a never-ending conflict within Europe itself, shows first that while this problem is a problem of all Europe and is a European problem, Europe is not ready to act as one. And second, that instead of tackling the problem, it's much easier to, again, build the daily life in a party politics that do not bring anywhere.
Right. So we got about a minute left, unfortunately, but let me get at least one or two Slido questions in. Let me ask you just real quickly, has Russia made any concerted efforts to undermine you or your government in recent times?
Listen, because of our history, as I said, we were North Korea of Europe. We were separate. So this city, Prague, for us was as unreachable as Washington or as Paris when we were under a communist regime. Because for our regime, both the West and the East, both the American imperialism and the Soviet social imperialism were the two sides of the same medal. So this was our history, and when the Russians decided to get rid of Stalin, we decided to stay loyal to Stalin. I told you before, we are all in. So even when United States and EU will disappear, we'll still be with you and with the European Union. Sure. Like this Japanese soldier in the forest that didn't know that the war was ended. So staying with Stalin and being a Stalinist country until 1990 made us the most not interested country in Europe about Russia. So just consider that. Since 1990 to today, there was never a visit in Moscow, I mean high level, and there was never a visit from Moscow. And nobody is missing that. So we don't want any bad for Russia. Russia is a great country, is a fantastic culture. I never understood, by the way, how it's possible that because of the aggression in Ukraine, Dostoevsky could be banned in some universities, or Stravinsky could be persona non grata in some ballet troops. Sure. This is part of the bad place we are somehow in our side of the world. But when it comes to Russia, we are not interested. There is no appetite. So that's why Russia cannot find many spies or many people that are ready to serve even for a little, for money to Russia. So Russia meddling in our politics, yes, we have had some things, but not major. Where Russia is very present and is very, very influential and can be really a problem is in other parts of the Balkans. And that's why we need Serbia and Kosovo to get out of that conflict. And that's why we need to keep Serbia on our side as much as possible. And that's why what you said in one of your questions is very important. More we connect the European integration with the integration in NATO, and more NATO is present through more countries in the Western Balkans will be better. I was among the very first to advocate Montenegro integration in NATO. At that time, there were many people, many countries were saying no, because they have Russian influence. And it proved to be very beneficial. So we have now Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia in NATO. Is much better than when we had only Albania from the Western Balkans. If we'll have also Kosovo in NATO, Bosnia and Serbia
it would make a
further, it will make a big, big difference.
Well, I really appreciate you giving us a snapshot of this. I personally find Albania to be one of the most fascinating countries, strategically consequential, also beautiful. So many of my friends have lived there and been there. It's a real honor to have you here giving this snapshot of what might be an equation of greater stability and your role in that. Please give a big round of applause to Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Thank you so much for joining us. And let me just say, there is no...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the speaker, Mikhailo Fedorov.
Hi, everyone. Are you ready? Yeah? I think we need 1 minute for our colleagues. I think we can start. Hi everyone, I'm grateful to be here today. Over the next 15 minutes I will show you how the technological revolution is happening on the battlefield and why this is an opportunity for each of you to make your countries or companies' technology more effective for your own security. I will show you the specific examples how Ukraine is fighting the most difficult challenges on the battlefield thanks to technology. These are 8 war changers. that had the most impact on the battlefield. First challenge, how do you stop huge amount of enemies, armored vehicles and manpower? Our answer was the FPV drones. FPV drones against armored vehicles and tanks. $300 cost drones destroy equipment worth millions of dollars. Next challenge, how to deal with shortage of ammunition. We have launched mass production of multi-usable impact copters. Today, the entire 600 kilometers front line is filled with these drones. Moreover, due to their work, it's already a problem to fight a Russian tank in the 20-kilometer deep area. Our next problem, overcoming a big Russian Black Sea fleet with having basically no fleet. Using the fleet, Russian launched missiles and blocked grain export corridors. Our response, naval drones. We have launched mass production of kamikaze sea drones and have already destroyed billions of dollars worth of Russian ships. Another huge challenge, Russia has launched over 10,000 kamikaze drones at our country's critical infrastructure. What to do with massive attacks of cheap Shahed drones? We've looked at our defense with a new approach. We have created a network of distributed small air defense systems. Radar field acoustic sensors allow us to detect drones and missiles and shoot down with mobile fire units. Russia is actively using aviation to conduct missile strikes and launch thousands of precision-guided missiles at our army. How can we impact important Russian war infrastructure located in Russia? For deterrence missions, we launched our own production of long-range kamikaze drones. This allowed us to push back enemy aviation by hundreds of kilometers. Russia is many times larger than Ukraine in terms of population. Our goal is to protect the life of every soldier. How to save more lives of Ukrainian defenders at zero line? We opened the market for ground robotic platforms, logistic, kamikaze evacuation. This video looks like the battlefield of the future. One of the most recent challenges we are facing is the fight against Russian reconnaissance drones. More than 1,000 of these drones are on the front lines every day. How to take Russian advantage in reconnaissance? We have successfully started using drones against Russian reconnaissance drones. Drones plus special radars and software allows us to destroy Russian reconnaissance drones. But this is not the end. Now Russian helicopters feel uncomfortable close to the front line. Our FPV drones find them. Russia keeps advancing on developing cruise missiles and scale its production. We also introduced new low-cost electronic warfare system against Russian missiles and drones. In the video, you can see how electronic warfare changes the direction of a missile from a hydroelectric power station near Kyiv. It was, I think, 3 days ago. What are the next challenges where we need your help? How to invent efficient laser targeting? How to develop AI for drones swarms? How to make Ukrainian HIMARS? How to develop cheap Ukrainian missiles to shoot down Shaheds? And I believe we can succeed in these challenges only together with you. We can cooperate, we can co-innovate, we can co-product. Do you know what these services are? Who knows? Yeah. Raise your hands. Who knows? Super. Yes, they deliver. They deliver food. We would like to offer to deliver your or your country's technologies right to the real front line. It's our GLOA. This is quite a unique opportunity to get feedback as quickly as possible. We deliver technologies. We've created a special combat unit which is based at the front line and has real combat experience. This team learns quickly, tests technologies, and gives detailed feedback about your product. Also, we established defense tech cluster Brave1, which gathers the experience, knowledge, and scales them for the needs of the defense forces. Please stay in touch with our team. You can use this QR code. Our offer priceless and unique experience. Your delivery contributes to the list of world changers. You can scan QR code for our future communication. And I'd like to say thank you, all of you, for your support to our country, and keep in touch, and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, May 3, Seetharaman.
It's a long and very, very glamorous, sorry, unglamorous walk from that back room. But I'm so glad to see all of you here this afternoon. Like the announcer said, my name is Maitri Seetharaman. I'm a founding member of the Women's Leadership Council here at GLOBSEC, which we just announced a couple of months ago. Very excited that it's becoming core to the strategy of this organization. I'm also the founder of an editorial storytelling company based out of London, where our ethos is of rebuilding trust in our institutions. So I'm very glad to be having a conversation about an issue very close to all of our hearts. We are talking today about autocrats in the neighborhood. What exactly do we do when it comes to the playbook for democratic defense here in Europe? The strategies have been changing. We're seeing improvements, but are we moving fast enough, especially with technology moving faster than the speed of light? It's my pleasure to announce a fantastic panel that they've put together here at GLOBSEC for us. If I can invite up onto stage Pavel Latushka, Šimečka, Steve Capus, Scott Carpenter, and Meurmishvili. All of you can please join me up on stage. Thank you. I think my mic has given up on me, but let me kick off this conversation while I request the team inside to get me a hand mic. Pavel, can you run us through your experiences of how you've actually seen the development of the issues over the past couple of years in Belarus? Did you see the problem coming? And do you think you were too complacent before it became a storm?
First of all, thank you for that opportunity to speak at such prestigious forum, GLOBSEC in Prague. Answering your question, I first of all want to mention that the most important problem it is to have a strategy. And as Belarusian politician, I speak openly and frankly. I don't think anyone in the West today can openly, clearly articulate to me what are the most effective strategies to counter autocratic leaders in Belarus and Russia. We have no strategy. I advocate for strategy of pressure, a strategy aimed of dismantling Lukashenko's autocratic regime. As a former minister and ambassador, I assert that the previous strategy of democratic countries towards Lukashenko was one of constant repetition, with attempts to cosmetically liberalize the regime. This strategy has failed, and it's failed once again, if we will not change it. Today, the Lukashenko regime has transformed into a totalitarian dictatorship internally and has extended beyond Belarus, committing international crimes. The hijacking of civilian plane, we remember our Ryanair, immigration war against the European Union, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, sending spies and saboteurs into neighboring European countries, in Czech also, taking foreign citizens hostage and using them as leverage, for example, against Germany. The last case with Mr. Krieger, who was sentenced for death penalty by Lukashenko's regime, committing acts of aggression. We must also not forget the issue of nuclear weapons in Belarus. It is possible to agree with the dictator in Belarus, who is the antipode of democracy, so that he would go for gradual democratization? My answer is clear: no. He will not. Democratization for him is self-destruction. Long-term pressure on the Lukashenko regime has never been applied before. That is why I am appealing for our partners to realize long-term pressure, to provide accountability against Lukashenko, to motivate Belarusians. We need to force the dictator to meet the demands of Belarusian society from 2020, the release of all political prisoners and democratic elections.
But may I ask you, did you see how bad this would become when he was on the rise, when you were having conversations with him that could have been construed as civil?
When it will be? If
no, in the past, did you see how bad the situation would become?
In 2020, of course, we were all in the streets, we were motivated, we want changes, we struggle for changes, we are sure that we will win in 2020, but in that time we expect more support from our democratic partners, and not lack of support, not enough support was in that crucial moment for us.
If I can turn to you, Mikhail, you've had immediate experience in the last couple of months of going through an election process, which was messy. It was, even last week, I'd say, it's getting interesting, the way the opposition is being dealt with in Slovakia. So if you could give us a perspective of where you see Slovakia's position, is it as bad as people expect it to be in the next couple of months? Or are we looking at a situation where it is just a messy government, we don't have to worry, we don't have to think too much? What's your personal perspective?
Thank you so much, and it's a great honor to be here, to be at GLOBSEC, though in Prague, not in Bratislava, but all the better for Prague. And it's, of course, a great honor to be sitting next to Pavel, but I should remark that what we have in Slovakia is still a long way off from the challenges that the Belarusian opposition is facing, and that needs to be said. What we have in Slovakia is a government which, despite all the nasty rhetoric and despite all the populism and despite real extremism in parts of the cabinet, has lost the European elections, for instance. We have the party of the Prime Minister, Mr. Fico, who hasn't won the European election. My party, Progressive Slovakia, has won that. We have a governing majority which is one of the slimmest ever in Slovakia's history, only 4 MPs. So for me as an opposition leader, it's still getting the votes and winning elections and being able to form a government and a coalition at the next elections is still the main game in town. It's nowhere near what Belarus is experiencing. And from my sense and my perspective is that, and here I'm quite optimistic when it comes to Slovakia, because the government, and Mr. Fico in particular, has by now shown that it has absolutely nothing, no vision, however weird it may be, or no plan for the country. It only seeks revenge. It only seeks its own immunity, meaning the government and its representatives, immunity from future prosecution for corruption. It doesn't really have a plan, which it would be implementing, step by step. And it is, as you said, it's very messy, and the coalition is bickering all the time. For months, they haven't been able to agree on who's going to be the chairman of the National Council. So my sense is that over time, people are going to see through that. And even today, the ruling government has only, 40 or 50% of the country. The rest is on the other side. So it's a very polarized and very, very split body politic. And over time, as people, and I think they're starting seeing it, that as they start to see that this government is basically only after its own revenge and is self-serving and has done nothing for the citizens. I'm absolutely certain that with a good election strategy, with good opposition politics, it can be turned around at the next elections.
So you're not worried about any autocratic tendencies within the country?
I mean, what you see, of course, are centralizing tendencies, attempts to weaken the rule of law, take over the judiciary, and of course the prosecution and the police. That's there, as well as the takeover of the public broadcaster. And one needs to fight that, and my party has organized public demonstrations. We do all that needs to be done in that situation to contain the centralizing tendencies and instincts of the government. But I don't think they're My sense is that they're not competent or strong enough. My sense is that there's a very strong opposition, not just among political parties, but also in civil society, and that the country split is nowhere near as in Hungary, where Fidesz was dominating the political scene until recently with 40+% in opinion polls. I mean, here the ruling party of the prime minister is at 23. The main opposition party, my party, is at 21. As I said, we won the European elections, so it's tight, and it's going to be like that for the foreseeable future. And then I think the chance to turn it around at the next elections with good opposition work, and with the government having absolutely no plan to make life better for its citizens, I'm optimistic.
So, yeah, if I can come to you before I come to you two gentlemen. We have an opposition leader who has felt the absolute pain of having to operate in a very difficult situation. A more positive opposition leader who thinks this can be turned around if we win the people back. Georgia. Tell us the story of Georgia, because no one knows these stories like you do. Run us through what we can expect.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to the organizers. It's an honor to be sharing a stage with you here. I'm not of the Georgian opposition, I have to say that, but I do come from Georgia. And I'm very sorry to say this, but Georgia is basically facing a perfect storm, if we can call it this way. And there are a few elements to this storm. One is the government's actions itself. And the government, in the lead up to the October 26th elections of this year, government is doing everything to ensure that it has the majority in the parliament. On top of that, the government is basically governed or controlled by a single individual who's a Russian oligarch, made his money in Russia. He's since said that he divested from Russia, but we all know how that would be possible in the case of a Russian oligarch. So he's out of fear towards the Kremlin, or out of fear towards Putin. He's doing everything to prevent Georgia's Western forward movement, basically. So everything is, if we imagine what drives processes in Georgia, everything is basically driven by that. On top of this, the government approved this foreign agent law. They call it the Foreign Agent Transparency Law, but it's very often referred to as a Russian law because it's basically very similar, in some cases even stricter than the 2012 Russian foreign agent law, which we know what happened after that, and basically destroyed the Russian civil society, opposition, media, and all that. So Georgia is on that path with this law, and the registration process of the entities that get 20% of their funding from mainly from the Western institutions and governments have to register as foreign agents in the country. So that process has started, and we don't know how it will continue once all the Western-leaning, Western-minded civil society organizations refuse to not register because they've refused to register. So I think Georgia is a very good case of some of the shifts that we're talking about. In Belarus case, it's far, far advanced, very difficult to come out of that. In Slovakia's case, it's getting there. Georgia is somewhere in the middle on that path. The second, very briefly, the second in this storm, I said 3 factors are converging. The second is the opposition itself. While it's very Western-minded, resonates with people, 85% of the Georgians want to join the European Union. So opposition is, for the most part, very Western-leaning and Western-oriented, but it's very fragmented. So it's very difficult to offer the voters a united front, a united alternative to the government. And based on the current surveys, the government will have more votes than any single opposition party. But if they unite, they have a chance. And I think they have a very good chance if they unite. And the third one is the West is distracted, and it's back to your point about Belarus. I don't believe that the West has a coherent, strong policy towards Georgia for some years now, and we're seeing the results of it. I'll stop here and happy to take questions.
Thank you, but I think first I want to go back to Steve, because you're heading to Georgia tomorrow. And you've had, at Radio Free Europe, journalists who are imprisoned in Russia and some released. This is a very difficult moment for storytelling and factful storytelling, especially with opposition leaders who are going into elections, or any political leader going into elections, having to deal with facts, news, and AI-prompted disinformation and misinformation, which I think we can attest to from the last elections. What are we dealing with when it comes to these autocrats and the new strategies that are being adopted to take power?
Well, I think, first off, thank you for the invitation to come here today. We're thrilled to be here in Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's headquarters city, Prague. Welcome to our beautiful city. This is a very dangerous time to be a journalist committed to covering places where there is an effort to silence opposition. There is an effort to influence or shut down any sort of independent media that might exist, depending on where we're talking about. I think these two examples of Belarus and Georgia are very interesting to examine right now. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty has operated in both places for a long time. We just marked our 70th anniversary of having a Belarus service, but our journalists can no longer work there safely. That doesn't mean that we've stopped our work. We continue to cover what is taking place there. Our journalists live outside of Belarus these days, but their families are still there. Their families are harassed. Their families are subjected to harassment, intimidation, sometimes violence. And yet our people remain undeterred in carrying out their mission, and it will always be such. We think that any society is better when they embrace the fundamental principle of a free press. And that's what we stand for. We're not here on this stage as social activists. We're here on this stage as journalists. And there's a difference. However, in the eyes of these autocratic leaders, we're all lumped together. We're all voices of the opposition. We're all enemies of the state. We're all trying to overthrow the government. Simply not true. But it's because we're purveyors of the truth, and obviously that is a threat to anybody who wants to silence opposition. So we're not ready to concede anything. We're going to continue, and we have continued. We're no longer operating in Russia. In Russia, we're an undesirable organization, which means that our people are subjected to the same sorts of issues. Belarus is holding 2 of our journalists in prison right now, as we speak. There is no reason for this. It's unjustified. One of our journalists has been incommunicado for more than a year and a half. We don't know what is happening with Ihar Losik, and it's inexcusable. You noted, we just were very happy to welcome home one of our journalists who was in prison for 9 months inside Russia. And also Kromashva is home now, but Ihar is still there, Andrei is still in Belarus, and Vlad Yesipenko is still in Crimea. All of which is an effort to try to intimidate us. We will not be knocked off our stride. We have got to continue to do these things. And in Georgia, I'll just add one footnote, which is I think these efforts to silence the opposition, when you see 100,000 people on the streets of Tbilisi, when you see all of that, the will of the people on full display, that is going to be very difficult to silence. That's not to say, and I think that there could be a complacency. Well, we've got the people on our side, and so maybe there's
Do you have the people on your side, Steve?
Well, I would say in that regard, I was speaking as somebody who might be observing the situation. And my word is, don't take any of these democratic freedoms for granted. There has got to be a continued effort. There's a huge election taking place in October in Georgia. And yes, there was a big opposition to this media law, or anti-media law, and yet the job is not done unless people continue to voice how they truly feel, and let's see what happens with the election results. But there's any number of things that have to go on, but I would say that attacks, when you see journalists being attacked, when you see them being imprisoned, that's a sign of an unhealthy society. And, you know, we've been at this for decades now. This is the kind of thing that we stand for, that we stand against, and we're going to continue to do our work.
If I can ask you, Scott, before I open up the floor to questions. At a time where politicians, the trust in politicians is at its lowest, at a time where trust in journalism and journalists is at its lowest as we do our jobs, and technology is moving so fast that sometimes I think even you folks at Google can't keep up with it. When AI is now talking to AI rather than us still training AI, where does your role, as in your company's role at Jigsaw, fit in to try and kind of balance the scales a little bit for the people? At the end of the day, this is about people.
Yes, well, again, thank you for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here to see so many friends out there, and really appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective. So, to Steve's point that he just made about societies that are healthy and not so much, when you go after journalists who are looking to share stories about what's taking place within your own country, where information is seeking an outlet for people who are interested in learning about new perspectives or different perspectives than what their governments are sharing. One of the things that hasn't come up yet in the discussion is the fact that there is fear about what that effort can mean inside the country, and therefore you arrest journalists, you lock them up. But you also begin to mess with the internet itself. And one of the things that I noted when Russia first went into Crimea, and we talked about, was that they immediately rerouted the internet so that it became part of the Russian internet. Before the attack on Kherson, when troops were moving close to Kherson, engineers were sent in to reroute Ukraine's internet through Russia. Why did they do that? Is to have information dominance. And I think that one of the important things is to be able to enable voices within a country to have open debate, have access to information about what's happening. And as many of you know in this room, YouTube has had some real troubles in Russia. You know, with the sanctions that were applied, Google's no longer making any money in Russia, but there are millions of people who are still using YouTube in the country, which has meant that the government has been tempted at times to try to disrupt, throttle, to impact it in other ways, which is deeply problematic for all of us. So I know I'm not answering your question right now directly, and I'm happy to do that. But one of the challenges we face is that there is this idea that the autocrats control the information that their people receive. And just thinking about RFE and its mission in the world, it's to try to break through those information silos. And I think technology has become a very important component of that, perhaps the component. I was over there earlier today, and we were talking about shortwave in Afghanistan, but most countries are not listening to shortwave anymore. They are on the internet, and they need the internet to access information and make decisions based upon it. So there are technical things that we at Google can do, but we also need this group to make the case as to why it's really important that a company like Google be doing?
Does this group really, Scott, need to make a case? I think the case has been made in Belarus, it's been made in Slovakia, it's been made in Ukraine, it's been made in Afghanistan, it's been made, I mean, I can start listing the countries where we've had this issue. Google's just one of the many, many tech companies that is well aware of the problem. What can be done by you guys, because it's not like, you know, there's some crazy people sitting in Silicon Valley who don't care about the world. You guys care about the world.
Yeah.
What is being done?
So one thing that we've been working on at Jigsaw is an open source technology called Outline. It's a VPN that allows people to create their own VPNs to be able to access information. And we are partnering with a large number of organizations. For those who are thinking about Russia right now, Medusa being one of them, where our technology is directly integrated into their content application in a way that allows people who have the app or access the app aren't subject to any internet interference within Russia, for example. YouTube as an entity isn't running through VPNs and relies on people inside the country to have VPNs. So we're doing what we can to evangelize this technology with partners, through partners, including RFE, so that their content applications can be accessible anywhere in the world that even has strong internet throttling or active blocking. So that's one of the areas that we're, as a team, are highly focused on, is maintaining the ability for the open internet to continue to function as an open internet and not be fragmented as it's becoming around the world.
I think we could keep going on about how much more we need to do in terms of journalism and also in terms of tech, but I want to come back to some of the questions that we've been receiving. And if I could maybe put this to Pavel, you, and to anyone else who'd like to pop in. A question comes in from an unnamed person on Slido. Do you see any dangers in the European autocratic leaders joining forces and supporting each other's rhetoric and policies? I think that would directly impact your ability in exile, wouldn't it?
The main danger for us is Lukashenko's regime. I don't think this way that we can see any dangers in among European leaders. Of course, for us it's very important to have a united position of European countries to support democratic changes in Belarus. We had examples when, for example, some countries were against of providing sanctions against Lukashenko's regime, not want to harmonize sanctions, like as a very important and effective instrument of pressure on Lukashenko regime. The question of accountability is also the problem, because we need, maybe we can have autocratic regimes in Europe, but I'm asking who are leaders in Europe? Is still leaders Germany? Is still leader France? Is still some other countries want to be leaders? Who from them want to send a strong message for Lukashenko, to send his case to ICC, because he committed so many crimes. So many people were killed, so many people under the torture, so many people arrested, detained, as our colleagues said, journalists in Belarus. He submitted so many crimes. He also committed so many crimes. He committed act of aggression against Ukraine, hijacking of plane, as I said. And we are waiting. What we are waiting more? Nuclear weapons in Belarus, and he will use nuclear weapons against European countries. So it's not a question about the problem of autocratic leaders in Europe. It's a problem about leaders in Europe, if we have such leaders to support democratic intentions of Belarusian nation.
Steve?
Well, the question is about autocratic leaders joining forces. Well, one thing that is absolutely undeniable is there is a playbook of sorts that seems to be being passed around from one place to the next. We see things, we see Lukashenko doing things, and suddenly, a few months later, you see it showing up in similar ways. We see foreign agent laws being passed around. We see very similar tactics being used to declare us, you know, foreign agents or enemies of the state, enemies of the people. And it really is all about trying to criminalize the act of journalism. And so we stand by our people. We support them. We try to keep them safe in any way that we can. But there is undeniably movement in that direction. And it's a dangerous time.
Yeah. Do you want to pop in?
Just to echo what has been said about authoritarian-leaning leaders learning from each other, we have that in Slovakia as well. You see, in our parliament, there's a far-right party which is part of the government, which basically copy-pastes Viktor Orban's legislation and puts it to parliament. You also see it in the rhetoric vis-a-vis Russia's aggression toward Ukraine. Whatever Viktor Orban says about peace and is repeated almost verbatim by Mr. Fico. So the kind of ideological tropes and phrases are also used. It's not just legislation, but it's also rhetoric and the way you construct the narrative, and that's clear. What's good, or at least I believe so, that it's not in Slovakia at least, it's not as powerful as the original. So all the rhetoric about Soros, all the rhetoric about NGOs, which has been invented by Orban or invented or used, it's not as powerful when it's just unimaginatively copied to our own context in Slovakia. I mean, the government also uses it, but it doesn't have that kind of resonance. And one final thing on dangers that these leaders will join forces. When it comes to the EU, for instance, you see our Prime Minister Fico joining forces with Orban, and what it shows is just how isolated they are on the European stage when it comes to EU decision-making. I thought, and for us, for instance, in Slovakia, people care about not being isolated. And this is not something that helps the government when they see that only Viktor Orban is actually willing to make coalitions with Mr. Fico.
Are they isolated, or is this a rising trend? Because if the playbook is boring, it's boring to us maybe in this room where we're talking to each other, but you are seeing a rise in nationalism across the board. You are seeing disenfranchised citizens turn to whatever option works for them at that point. So the question then becomes, is the playbook boring, or is the playbook actually working and we're not noticing?
I think, at least in my country, and of course it may be different in other countries, it's nowhere near as powerful as it was in Hungary. For instance, the Soros story and the Soros narrative. Of course, some people would believe that, and it works on some segments or some parts of the demographic, but it doesn't have that kind of that kind of appeal as it has in Hungary. So I think this sort of blindly copying methods from authoritarian countries further away might also not be as, or at least what I'm seeing in my country is not as successful as the original has been. And because if you don't have your own idea, your own vision, whatever it may be, and however misguided it may be, and however dangerous, but if it's not your own, if it's not connected to the history of the country, to the people's lives and myth making and all that, it doesn't work that well if you just copycat something from a different context.
That's your opinion. So let's find out from here what's working and not working in Georgia. For example, there's a question, and I'd like you to give a take on this question, but also a question that's come in on Georgia, where someone's, I think I've lost her at this point on this Slido, but a second question's coming about Georgia, about critical infrastructure. How should ownership of Georgian critical infrastructure by Georgian Russian entrepreneurs be addressed? So if you can give me a perspective on the playbook, yes, and also this one, I'm going to double whammy you with two questions.
Okay. I think that was a brilliant question. Is the playbook boring, or is it actually working? And I would argue that if it's working, then we'll see it on the on October 26th in Georgia. Because Georgia is that brilliant case of where the population, electorate, is almost fully pro-European, and you have the government which is making alliances with Hungary and Slovakia's government, and is in opposition and basically attacking the other governments in the EU, Germany, France, you name it, the US, not in the EU, but still in the West. So if the playbook is working, because they've done everything, they've copy-pasted the Russian law, they've copy-pasted some of the Hungarian approach to media, for example, then we will see that playbook is working, because that would be a progression. But let's see. Let's hope that it's boring and people make a different decisions. As for the infrastructure, I could not quite get the question.
I'm going to repeat that one. How should ownership of Georgian critical infrastructure, power grids, drinking water, in Tbilisi, gas stations, by Georgian Russian entrepreneurs be addressed? I'm not 100% sure where and what that is angled for, but I'm assuming, since you're the expert on Georgia...
Not on the infrastructure. No.
There you go. So
and the ownership of it. But Georgia is seeing a very unique challenge now. Even though the Russian companies and Russian individuals have owned companies' infrastructure during the previous government, even before that, I think now we're seeing something very different, especially after the Ukraine war, after the war in Ukraine, after the first wave of mobilization, where tens of thousands of Russians have left, in some cases with the money, and they want to invest that money somewhere else. And Georgia is a place. So unfortunately, I cannot take the question about the electricity and other infrastructure. But one thing I could say about the large critical infrastructure perspective is that Russia is building a military port in occupied Abkhazia. In Ochamchira, that's the place where I was born, my home city, basically. And we're all quiet. Nobody's talking about it. Government's not raising too much noise about it. In the West, we're not paying too much attention to it. And it's a major critical infrastructure, which is bringing the Russian Southern Fleet, Black Sea Fleet, much more south than they were before. So that's one thing I can say about infrastructure, that it's very important to pay attention what the ownership is and where it goes and who controls it.
Steve, you wanted to come in?
Back to the question of whether it's working or not, this is going to be a 30-second answer. Russia spends an extraordinary amount of money on trying to control messaging, trying to control propaganda, things like that. And they outspend us many, many times over. And we're not in the business of propaganda, by the way. We're in the business of peddling the truth. But here's why I say we're having some success. Scott talked about some of the technology that's being used to get inside those societies. This year alone, we've seen Navalny meet an untimely death. We've seen a very serious terror incident in Moscow. We've seen in recent weeks a serious incursion inside Russia by Ukraine. What's happened? We've seen an extraordinary spike in audience response. Not going to state media in Russia, they're coming here. They're coming to our services for our coverage. And what that says to me is that they know there is an alternative viewpoint than is what is being force-fed to them all day, every day. And they're coming to us in extraordinary numbers.
I think you've just answered another question that came in, which was essentially, don't you think efforts by Radio Free Europe and the like are inherently inferior against autocrats ever tightening control of their information space? I think you've addressed that, but here's a counter question I'm going to put forward as a journalist who may have felt some of these pressures in her 20-odd-year career. Trust is a two-way street. At this point, many parts of the world are looking at Western media as biased, as propagating what is good for the West and maybe not for the regions that they are broadcasting into. How important, when we say we need to know the ownership, how important is it for us to be crystal clear about who is backing us, where our funding is coming from, when we are talking about journalism being about facts? I would love the three of you to give me an idea, because at some point there's a question here, Scott, that I can throw your way as well, about whether it's also the responsibility of companies to step in some of this space to build that trust back. Can I start with you, Steve, and then we'll go.
I would say it's vitally important for us to be as transparent as possible about sources of funding. We are supported. We are funded by the United States Congress. However, none of our people, including me, are government employees. We are an independent grantee. We receive our funds through a grant that comes from the United States Congress, but there are a very vast divide between Congress and our operations. We should show our work. You know, when we're kids and we're doing math problems and tests, and the professor says, show your work, we should show our work. We should show people, and we don't do a good job at this all the time, the lengths at which we go to investigate stories. We should not hide behind anonymous sources where possible. We should do our best to let people know the quality of the work that we're doing. We should show our work. When we've taken the time to interview 70 people for a story, say that. Let the people know what has gone into the story. But also, we have a responsibility not to play games with the news. Don't take shortcuts. There are multidimensional aspects to stories. Do your best to respectfully and adequately represent different viewpoints. We're, as I said at the very beginning, we're not social activists, we're journalists. Where we will rapidly lose our relevance with these audiences is if we are simply viewed as a mouthpiece, in our case, a mouthpiece for the United States. Why would that be necessarily of any relevance to somebody who is 28 years old inside Belarus? It's an interesting viewpoint, but if that's all we do, we're doomed to irrelevance. We've got to do programming and stories that remains relevant, and when we cover these governments, when we cover them, treat them with respect, at least put their positions out there. Don't take shortcuts with the news.
Go back to old-fashioned fourth estate business. Yeah?
Okay.
Either which way?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've also worked hard on with partners in different contexts, the one I want to talk about is Ukraine right now, is something called pre-bunking. And the idea is there's a lot of information that flows. And some say it's disinformation, some say it's misinformation, some say it's fact. But the issue is that it's encountered in very complex contexts, which has real meaning for people and on the ground and in situations in which they find themselves. So in Ukraine, for example, we partner with a number of different organizations there to advertise these ads that included the 3 most used tactics to manipulate people online. And it was just to create a deeper resilience to that manipulation. And working with those partners and advertising it within Ukraine, we reached 79% of the population, which is extraordinary, between the ages of 18 and 55. And there was profound engagement with these ads. I think pre-bunking as a concept is something that we can also work with others. The techniques and the research that's been done proves that it's an effective way at creating that resilience. It just needs to continually be something to reinforce and focus on. So that's one promising area where I feel like on the offense and on the defense, we can do in many other places. So we did a large campaign ahead of the European elections with a lot of partners in Brussels and elsewhere, and that too showed a lot of reach and impact. So very excited about that type of work and looking to expand it.
Those partnerships are going to be critical to safeguarding democracy. Yeah, you wanted to?
Just to circle back to what Steve said about journalism. I think that because of the 24-hour cycle, it's so fast. Everything's happening so fast. We're basically seeing how the war is evolving or developing in the Ukraine real time, basically. It's very difficult to have this way of explaining things as a journalist. And I think that's the aspect that is missing in some of the reporting. I'm not talking about the hard news reporting, something happens, you say it, but then to give this comprehensive view of all the sides is getting lost in this noise and in this speed. And one image that I always have in mind when I talk about journalism and how to be fact-based, fair, and really honest about reporting is a picture of an apple from the front side, which is delicious, it's lush and colorful and all that. And then the back side of the apple has a bite mark on it, and you can see the worms, and you can see that it's going bad. So it's still the same apple. But if you only see one side of it and don't tell people that, well, one side is good, but the other one is rotting, then you're not really fair and just in your reporting. So it's a difficult goal to accomplish because you do need the clicks, you do need the speed and stay on top of the news cycle. But I think it would be great to sort of get back into the explaining mode.
It's also an interesting new dynamic that seems to be developing in terms of partnerships. I'm hearing this across the board in different forums. So we've got about 4 minutes left, so I'd like to start wrapping up. Pavel, you made a very crucial point about who is a leader in Europe, if we're talking about leaders in Eastern Europe versus Germany and France. If you can give us your closing comment on the 3 things that we should be looking for when we're worried about autocrats rising. What were the 3 things that you noticed that put your red flags up in Belarus?
Today, many politicians in the world think that, first of all, it's necessary to change the situation in Russia. But I propose to start from Belarus. 97% of Belarusian people for the independence in my country. I'm sure that it's not enough resources today for Russia to occupy Belarus. So first, it's need to have a strategy. We don't ask if F-16s, we don't ask Leopards, we are asking only about accountability and give us a chance to split elites. One day Lukashenko said to me that he will strangle me if I betray him. I don't want to strangle him. I want him to see in The Hague. And I'm sure that Belarusian members of the government don't want to be passengers in this train, Minsk, The Hague.
Last word is yours. Yeah.
Thank you so much. If I may be so bold, I'll also try to very quickly answer the question.
I would love it if you did.
Why do you think Slovakia is experiencing such a decline in support for liberal values? It's a great question because the answer, it doesn't. There is no decline in support of liberal values. It's pretty much the same as it's always been. And my party, which is a liberal one, is now the strongest liberal party in Europe when it comes to the share of votes. But what is dangerous, and this is also going to the questions of what should we look at and what are the threats and what are the challenges for, say, the opposition in this case. The government, and Fico in particular, would want to make the political conflict about his sort of nationalist, conservative, socialist policies and outlook versus the liberals, and make it about cultural warfare, make it about gender, make it about LGBTIQ rights. And we are a proud liberal party with actually same-sex marriage in our electoral program, still getting 20% of the vote almost. But I think what Fico wants is to create this sort of permanent cultural conflict and polarization, because that's the way he stays in a majority. And I think it is a trap, and we need to cut through that propaganda. And in addition to advocating our liberal cause, we should be telling voters, including his voters, that the government is doing nothing to make people's lives better. And I think that's the way, and this is the second question, also to sway some of the voters of the coalition. And the red flag would be if they try to scramble a constitutional majority in parliament to change the election code, as has happened in Hungary. That would have been a red flag, but for the moment they don't have the votes.
That leaves you three with 30 seconds to answer a wonderful question, which is going to be your final one. Could you talk a little bit about European democratic defense in the face of another potential Trump presidency? 10 seconds, folks. Steve, you can do this.
I am not going to go there. What I will say is societies are much better when they open themselves up to free press, to members of the political opposition, and those are the stronger societies on the planet, and those I think can be the beacons for change, and that's, we're here to cover all of it, and we do it with respect and appreciation for the opportunity to do so. It's the audiences have given us this chance to stay relevant, and the last thing I'd say is free Ihar, free Andrei, and free Vlad.
You're here.
You're here. Scott, quick one sentence.
I am confident in the resilience of American democracy, and I think Europe should be too.
Your last word, two words.
Double down on that. 2 words. Well, it's more than 2, but...
One sentence, come on.
To save some of those countries that we're talking about now, to save the democracy of these countries, help Ukraine win. That victory is going to determine many things, including in my own home country of Georgia. So if any message goes out of this room, that's the message. Help Ukraine win.
Thank you all. Give them a round of applause. That's brilliant.
Pardon, prepačte. Pardon.
Pane místopředsedo, rád vás jednou. Tak, jdu tam. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We are running a little behind the schedule, so we will have to be very disciplined, because what we will have now is a panel on a very interesting topic with some very distinguished panelists. By the way, my name is Michal Žantovský. I'm a diplomat. I'm also a member of the organizing committee of this GLOBSEC forum. And our topic is engaging the disengaged, overcoming polarization. And right at the beginning, we have a slight conceptual confusion here, because the people who are polarized are not necessarily disengaged. I mean, they may be engaged on the other side of the divide. And on this and other subjects, let me bring in my panelists. Without further ado, Ambassador Weiss will please sit down. And And I will invite to the podium, it is an honor and a privilege, the President of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel. The Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency, Věra Jourová, our very own Věra Jourová. A former president, the President of Estonia, Toomas Ilves. The Vice President of the Google for Europe for Government Relations and Public Policy, Annette Kroeber-Riel. I made it. I practiced her name for about 30 minutes. And finally, Ivan Krastev, a social scientist, the founder of the Center for Liberal Strategies in Sofia. Ivan, welcome. Welcome all. Please sit down. Now, there are so many things to address. The question of leadership in overcoming polarization, the question of communication strategies, of education, the question of fake information and how to fight against it, the question of the online sphere and whether it helps or prevents the spreading of information, but also of disinformation and so on. I will give each of the panelists about 5 to 7 minutes to start with, and then we will have a dialogue and conversation, because there is no engagement without dialogue and conversation. And at the end, there will be Q&As from the floor, and on the Slido, you can also ask questions. So, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to have you here on the discussion that strikes the very heart of our democratic societies. In the recent years, we have witnessed a growing polarization within societies across the world. And these trends are influenced by the way we communicate, cooperate, and coexist. The core of this issue is disengagement, a process where citizens, overwhelmed by hostile rhetorics and biased information, withdraw from democratic participation, such as voting or participating in public discussions, leading to apathy and distrust. But it is necessary to point out that polarization is not only an internal issue, but also extends beyond the borders. As populism and disinformation campaigns divide our societies, they also affect our relationship with other nations. This is the reason why we need to engage with states they may not share our values or are reluctant to cooperate, whether due to different ideologies, economic interests, or geopolitical strategies. This external dimension poses a significant challenge. In an increasingly interconnected world, our ability to build and maintain partnerships with other countries is crucial for addressing global issues, as we witness today in the case of rallying support for Ukraine. I believe that by reaching out to others, even those who may seem distant or uncooperative, we can begin to rebuild trust and re-engage both within and beyond our borders. As we discuss these challenges today, let us focus on how we can build meaningful partnerships with other nations rather than deepening the polarization of the world. And let me now address the core 3 questions. First, what kind of strategies we can implement today to reverse the polarization and the disengagement? I believe that leaders should create platforms and opportunities for an open dialogue where a diverse perspective can be raised and are respected. They can also actively identify and promote issues that unite rather than divide. Even in areas of strong disagreements, there is often a room for collaboration on shared goals. Governments should adopt comprehensive strategies targeting each step of the disinformation spreading process. Moreover, we aim to work with other nations to address common global challenges such as disinformation and populism. By promoting multilateral cooperation and shared values, leaders can foster a more united international community. Second, when reaching to people from the distrustful communities, first and foremost, we should listen to their concerns without judgment. Understanding their fears and frustrations is crucial for a meaningful engagement. We should work to build their trust by collaborating with local leaders or partners who already enjoy confidence of the people. By being transparent in communication and consistent in actions, providing clear, honest information and following through on commitments are crucial for rebuilding trust with these communities. And finally, focusing on addressing the most pressing issues that these communities face, whether economic, social, or cultural. And third, who are our key allies needed for a successful approach? First, through people who are respected within these communities, such as local leaders, activists, or representatives of non-governmental organizations. Secondly, it is essential to focus on educators and address the differences in our educational systems. And thirdly, business owners who have an influence on the well-being of the community can initiate and promote trust and engagement through sponsorship, advocacy of their direct involvement. Independent and local media that are trusted by the community can help disseminate accurate information and provide platforms for dialogue, countering misinformation, and bridging divides. So these are, in my view, concrete ways how we can prevent disengagement of population as well as among the nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Vice President, Vera.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this prestigious panel. How to start? Polarization definitely exists, and we have good data showing that more and more people are only able to catch on their radars extreme opinions. So it's more and more difficult for the politicians to get to the center of the opinion field and to catch the attention of the people. And here I have to say that we see the impact or influence of the modern era of internet and social media. Although, and Annette, who is here in the panel with us, knows very well that I never belong to those who always blamed social platforms for all the troubles we have. I think that a very serious and unprecedented shift is up and running or ongoing in the society, caused by new factors and objective reasons. Many issues and challenges which are imported to EU or which simply started to be serious. I have to mention climate change, of course, war, energy crisis, inflation, security threats. Now in Germany we see that finally they openly speak about the connection between uncontrolled migration and security, which was not the case several years ago. So these are new challenges, and these are the new situations which create totally new feelings in the society. People feel unprecedented level of anxiety and uncertainty, and they demand new solutions, and they demand quick solutions. People in social media era are impatient. And we politicians, sitting politicians, are not able to be that quick and that new with the solutions. Sorry, I am a politician who should come with the solution myself, and I'm analyzing it only. But I think that we have to detect reasons for anxiety in the society and really try hard to listen more to the people, use all the possible channels to address them. Here I think that underestimated factor or level are the municipalities, the people who are closest to the citizens, because I cannot imagine from Brussels to change the opinion of people who live in my town, which is in Czech Republic, far to the east. So I don't want this to sound like a resignation. We all, on all our levels, we have some tasks to do to improve the communication and explain to people what we are doing and what will come next. Because speaking about anxiety, the people want to hear what will come next week, in 1 year, in 10 years' time. And sorry, we are not giving the people clear and understandable answers. 90% of the speeches here would not be well understood by the people who are not politicians, lawyers, experts. You know what I mean? I think that we also have to change the way and speed we communicate. I have more about what to do, but maybe later, because I think I exhausted my 5 minutes.
I think you still have about a minute.
Okay, so.
Okay.
No, I will maybe say one sentence. In the era I tried to describe, we speak a lot about the low trust of people in institutions and in media. In some countries, already several years ago, I heard that the level of mistrust is going up to 40–45%. Ladies and gentlemen, our type of democracy, which we believe it works, will not work if majority of people will start to be convinced that democracy of this type does not work for them. We are there almost, seeing very varying figures. So trust, we have a tendency to speak about the need to renew trust of people in us. And I would say, let's speak more about renewing the trust in people and respect to the people. And it's connected with the communication, with creating the system where the people will have a chance to reach for the facts, because that's the only way how to fight against disinformation. The way to do it is not to prohibit functioning of TikTok or YouTube. I will not mention Google. Let's maybe speak more about whether we trust the citizens enough and whether we are equipping them enough to be able to manage the new era in our type of democracy. Now, full stop.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. President Ilves.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. I will talk about a concrete case of trying to do something which I did a long time ago. But when my country was confronted with massive polarization and potential unrest, having read James Fishkin's book on deliberative democracy, I thought, well, maybe we should get people talking to each other. And so, sort of adapting it, what we did was, first of all, ask people to complain and say what needed to be done. We did this but you could only do this with your digital identities. To prevent trolling, you had to make proposals or complaints under your own name, which simplified things. Then we had, back then, this was before AI, we had 5 political scientists, professors, group all of these different issues into different categories. And then following the Fishkin method, we basically invited 1,000 people to come to a discussion. The discussion was in groups. It was not with 1,000 people yelling, but there were, well, there were about 90, 95 tables of 10, and then we proposed these various issues and people would discuss them. For me, since one of the things that we have in my country is that we have a parliamentary system, but we don't have a directly elected president, which I've always been against because the prime minister has an indirect mandate. The president has a direct mandate under elections, yet constitutionally the president has no real authority compared to the executive function of the prime minister, and it would just lead to a mess. But in any case, what happened was that 85% of the population was always against or wanted to have direct election of the president. But when we actually had these deliberative discussions in these 10-person roundtables, we ended up with overwhelming majority saying, yeah, we should probably stick to this the system we have, which is the parliament and or the electoral college. Anyway, that was one example that was the most sort of obvious, but we had a number of issues where people wanted to, where they concluded among themselves, well, we should lower the threshold for registering a party, lower the threshold for getting into parliament, and there were some other things that were fairly specific to Estonia. And then, of course, the issue comes up, well, what is the democratic legitimacy of this? And the parties rightly said, well, who are these people? They're saying this. So what I did, sort of on slippery ground, went to the parliament and I said, here are these proposals that have been made. And then you, the parliament of Estonia, you vote on them if you accept these proposals or not. And 4 of them were passed by the parliament, with the negative result that by lowering the threshold for registering a party, we got a hardcore, hard-right party that was registered as a party and is now polling at a rather high number in my country, so thanks a lot. But in any case, the point is that you need, I mean, one of the things with deliberative democracy is that people, when they talk to each other one-on-one or one-on-10, tend to move toward the center and away from the extremist positions that people come to the discussion with. Now, this whole thing was not really understood by my media, which had never heard of James Fishkin or the model or it being done. So they said, oh, this is really stupid. On the other hand, it did get, I mean, what the effect of it was that the discussions led to concrete changes in legislation based on what, well, a representative sample of 1,000 people having a serious discussion that coalesced around more centrist position resulted in. So that's one positive experience. And, well, other countries have done this since then. But in any case, that was my experience, and I remain a big fan of James Fishkin's whose book, Deliberative Democracy, I would suggest you all read. But first, get a digital identity so you can do it.
Well, I will make it simpler for myself. Annette.
Yes, thank you so much for including me in this distinguished panel. It's a fascinating conversation and a topic that we are all in together. It's a societal issue we are discussing. So we are all in this together, and the role of tech companies, technology companies, is huge. We totally see this and take our responsibility seriously and are committed to citizen engagement and participation. And why is that? Well, I would love to refer back to our mission that we have since more than 25 years, and the mission of Google, and Google is the mother of YouTube, is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And that's the reason why we are deeply invested in this topic. So how do we do that? And let me go maybe first to where citizen engagement is most important, and this is peak times, it's election. We just had European elections, we have US elections coming up, and here we obviously have a very important role to play. How do we do that? We raise authoritative information on our platforms, whether it's on search, whether it's on YouTube, to make sure the users understand where to go to vote, where to find the right information, how to inform with reliable resources. That's very important. So that's one thing. Then secondly, obviously, we have to secure our platforms. We have to make sure they're not abused, they are not by bad actors, and have to adapt our policy constantly there. And finally, of course, we have to make sure those vulnerable in election times are not subject to cyber attacks. So we offer support there through security shields, and that's something that we also are very much invested in. But to the previous point, we have to work, and this is what we do concretely in the context of elections, in very briefly described. But this is an ongoing challenge, and we have to, on an ongoing basis, engage with civil society and governments to protect democracy. And here we are working, we are working in partnership with civil society. Let me give you one example from Czechia, which is very important, and this is to work with the Central European Media Observatory here in Prague, CEDMO, on fighting misinformation and on boosting digital skills, which obviously is crucial for the discussion. People understand what they are doing, and maybe we have some time later on to discuss about pre-bunking, a technique, or I bring it in here because I have time, a technique that we have experimented with a couple of years in CE already, and now have expanded it to ahead of the European elections. And pre-bunking campaign, pre-bunking is technique to alert users about manipulation techniques before they actually encounter them on the web. So to scapegoating is one example, or decontextualization, that techniques used by bad actors to manipulate behavior, and that are easier to understand if you are educated about it. And this is this pre-bunking initiative, which we did in partnership with many organizations across Europe, reached 120 million users. And we have not only run it in all European languages, but also in Russian, Turkish, and Arab to really reach everyone. So that's, I think, one example I wanted to mention, how to fight misinformation and how to be creative. I think Scott Carpenter from Jigsaw, which is a think tank within Google, is here and is engaging in conversation to better understand how we can actually use our engineering skills to be creative in this field. And then, of course, we haven't heard the word yet, which is rare, AI. AI is the elephant in the room, and indeed something that is going to being significant for the development in the next years, and it gives us it obviously poses huge challenges, but on the other hand, it gives us a means to scale our efforts on cybersecurity, on defense, and I'm very excited about the opportunities it gives us, and I stop here.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Ivan.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not a specialist on polarization and disengagement, and you wanted me to be concrete. I'm Bulgarian, and this has certain advantages. For example, we talk about polarization, but in political level, to be honest, what I found the most now kind of a dangerous thing in Europe is a combination between fragmentation and polarization. For the last 5 years, Bulgaria is going now to have the 7th parliamentary elections. We go for elections. We elect a parliament. Parliament cannot elect a government, and we go for new elections. And listen, for 5 years, you're doing this 7 times. The public participation is around 30%. And I can see something like this happening now in France. I can see it in other places. Why it comes? And for me, this is critically important because the problem of polarization, you're going to say, oh, Bulgarians are doing this because they disagree about so many things. Bulgaria is very polarized, but unfortunately, we agree about almost everything. 85% believe that the country is totally corrupt. So you try to see on what people exactly disagree on substance, and they're going to disagree whom they blame for the situation, not so much basically what is happening. I'm saying this because in my view, one of the major things that has happened is that democracy is based on the idea that we have experiences and we know best about our own experiences, and this is why nobody knows better than us what is best for us. But in the modern world, we all the time asked to have an opinion on things on which you do not have a personal experience. What kind of personal experience I can have on AI? I should either trust or not trust and decide to whom to trust. And this creates a situation because when we talk about this information and where people are normally confused on most of the issues. When the war in Ukraine started, some of our colleagues, anthropologists, went in Bulgaria making deep interviews with people to try to see where they're positioning themselves. And here is the story of a concrete person, so this is not an abstract. The guy is an owner of a small hotel on the Black Sea coast. He personally took care of 2 Ukrainian families and he was paying for them to stay. He was extremely critical to President Putin and basically blamed him for what is happening. At the same time, he was strongly against Bulgaria giving weapons to Ukraine because he said Ukrainians are right, but Russians are going to win and we're going to pay the price. And he was also strongly against the position of the President of the Republic saying this because he said there is something immoral to say this. How are you going to basically package this person? And I'm saying this because part of the problem of the social media is that most of this kind of confusion has disappeared. And when people go on social media, they're not commenting on experience or events, it's about identity. With everything that I'm saying, I want to say who I am. And from this point of view, in my view, the greatest experience in the world was what happened around COVID. By the way, people were totally underestimating the effect of COVID pandemics on the rise of the far right. In many countries, much more than migration. Go on the vote, for example, in Austria, on Wall Austria and others. Why? Because mistrusting is becoming the status issue. In Bulgaria, during the COVID, the major story was everybody decides for himself. And then you don't know how to go into this conversation, because is it about misinformation or not? I was telling you stories, but the next story which I want to tell you, which was always going to stay with me, was of a woman that was waiting in a hospital, and next to her was a lady who said, do you know what, we should not do vaccination because they want to vaccinate us, because they want to chip us and this and that. And this woman was so much kind of pissed off of this conversation, so she said, no, you're wrong. There is a different conspiracy theory. There is too many people in the world, and those who are not going to be vaccinated are going to die. And this woman said, I should get vaccinated. Why I'm saying? Because normally this is not truth versus conspiracy theory. Quite often it's a conspiracy theory versus another conspiracy theory. And this is very much, I know something that you don't know, and this makes me special. And this makes it so difficult for the governments to communicate anything, because mistrust is the default option. You start from the feeling that you don't trust, and basically then you are trying to find basically the reasons for this. I'm saying this because from this point of view, politics is changing, and I'm going to end up on something that at least for me was very important. When you go on elections, we all the time talk what is represented. Values are represented, interests are represented, but there is one thing that is not represented during the elections, and this is the intensity of the feeling of the voters. You who care really about a lot about the issue, and I who don't care much, we have one vote. And as a result of it, basically this kind of a moderation comes not simply from the fact that basically people has a balanced views, but you're balancing intensity. What happened in the modern politics is that many people left political sphere, they're not voting, they're not interested. And on the other side, social media increased the intensity of the others. And as a result of it, I do believe this idea of intensity is creating, and I'm going to end up where I started. For me, the bigger issue is that we have a crisis of governance. Listen, there is polarization in which one side prevails and they're doing things, and these things can be awful, but you're governing. But in the case of Bulgaria, for 5 years, the country is basically not governed. And I do believe this is something that I can see happening in many other places. We have been talking with Annette about East Germany and what kind of governments they're going to have in some of the provinces. So from this point of view, we're entering a period in which I do believe much more fragmentation in combination with polarization than simply polarization on its own are going to be the biggest issue.
Well, thank you, Ivan. And well, let's start. Let's try to stir it up. Early on, it just disappeared. There was a graph on the panel which could be taken as a measure of engagement. It's the proportion of the population who feel they have a say in what the government does and who are confident in their own ability to participate in politics. And unfortunately, you see most of the European countries on the graph. The worst of all is, for some reason, our own country, the Czech Republic, with a very low degree of low proportion of people who feel they can participate in politics and think that the government does, they have a say in what the government does. Now, the reasons for this distrust are many, and I'm so happy that each of the panelists pointed at a different one. The president spoke about hostile rhetorics as one of the causes of polarization. It certainly is out there, and we should not be underestimating it, but sometimes it is our own rhetoric which is, the source of confusion and distrust. And Vice President Jourova spoke about the failing communication that we have with the people, and she pointed out a particular phenomenon, anxiety, as a growing problem in European populations. And empirically, I mean, the data are catastrophic. I mean, there is, at this point, there is a grave shortage of psychologists in this country and in other European countries to attend to the problem. And I have a confession to make and a secret to reveal on one of the other panelists. Both Thomas Ilves and I are originally psychologists by profession. So it's we can understand the gravity of the problem, but it's not necessarily the case, Madam Vice President, that the people are waiting for the solutions and we can't offer them the solution. Sometimes they are afraid of the solutions that we will offer them. And part of the problem, and this is something specific that worries me, is the language. If you listen to the rhetorics of this conference or any other governmental forum or expert forum, the language is completely incomprehensible to the people. I mean, at an earlier panel today, we were discussing PESCO. I mean, you are a sophisticated audience, so most of you will know what PESCO means. It's the Permanent Structured Cooperation of the European Union. It's the European Defense Project. But any ordinary human being would think it's a fishmonger store or something like that.
Most people in the European leadership don't know what PESCO means these days.
Okay, I wasn't about to be cynical, about this. And this gives a great advantage to the populists, because they don't worry about, you know, the details. They don't worry about the technicals. They use simple language to make their case, and many people react to the language because it's comprehensible. So this is one thing. President Ilves spoke about he's a model for me in this, about his digitalization activities as a way to make democracy more approachable, bring it closer to the people. And he emphasized one aspect of it that I think is vitally important, and that's the matter of digital identity. You know, we've known about this for 20 years, and most of our governments have not done a very great job about it. And and I'm sorry to say, I'm now moving on to Annette, most of the digital companies and social networks operators, et cetera, have not done a great job about it, because we all will agree when we say information is the currency of our age. And to use this metaphor for our money, you know, when we want to deal with our money, you know, we have to go to the bank and prove our identity not once, but several times to be able to dispose of whatever we want to do. You know, you don't have to do this on the internet, and I don't know why. I have this vision of two internets, you know, one for the phantoms and the trolls and the bots and the specters, and let them do whatever they do and trade their fake information. But the other internet should be a network for real people, and the only way to be real is to have an identity. You know, the whole phenomenon, and this is getting me to Ivan, the whole phenomenon of trust is based on people knowing each other. In a village, people know each other, know who they are, who to fear, who to trust, etc., etc. In the global village that we are so proud of, you know, we don't have a firm identity, and I think it's causing many of the problems that we feel. So I was trying to be a little provocative, and now let's see whether I succeeded. Back to the panel. Yeah, Thomas?
Yeah. I was going to say, just when it comes to Google, 2017 to 2020, I was at Stanford, and one of the things that came up there, and now I don't have the academic citation for it, but it was talking about engagement on the part of Google searches, and it was that if your search history, the example that they had found was if your search history made you sort of an environmentalist and you put in fracking, you would get a whole lot of anti-fracking stuff. If your search history was about the oil industry, you would get what would be returned to you was a lot of, well, pro-fracking stuff. And that was the example that was brought by the Internet Research Agency, or whatever the group was called at the time. Now, I don't know, is that still true? Is that true?
Well, we work on getting our search results unbiased, and obviously we use the search history to display or to give you better answers. But I do think we work on getting it in a better place. When were you in Stanford? Sorry.
2017 to 2020.
Okay.
It was around 2018.
4 years ago. Yeah, and it's a constantly evolving search.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because it did do something where if you already have a predisposition, you get stuff that you believe in, and you have a different predisposition, you get other stuff, which then leads to rabbit holes and all this other stuff.
All right.
Vera?
Yeah, okay, I have three, I hope, short comments. On AI and e-identity, so real people on internet. My theory is that very soon AI will chase the people out. And let's help this process, because now be with me. I sometimes shock the people when I say we must never give AI the freedom of speech and the protection of free speech. It's a machine. Yeah. If AI will start producing piles and piles of deep fakes and disinformation, the real people will have no chance to get out of this trouble. Even if we have an agreement with the big tech that they label the production of AI, sooner or later every message, every picture will contain some portion of AI production. So I think that we will seriously have to start thinking about some communication channel or some tool where the people will again talk to people. And I think that it's the common task for the technologies and for us politicians. We must never give AI freedom of speech and copyright. Because if we give AI the copyright, it will be the end of independent media or media as such. Journalism will be dead. Yeah? So let's be aware of this. Second comment. This graph, which we saw, is a very bad news because it speaks about resignation of people, that they do not believe that if they engage, it will change something. So I think that to try again to invite the people to the decision-making, which is the basic feature of democracy, is our task number one. The Czech figures are really, Mr. President, not very nice when you look at it. I don't have to say that this is the gradual, slow way to authoritarian regime, because when people are telling you, we don't want to engage, let somebody else does things for us, then this is giving it over to the autocrat. Yeah? Somebody strong who will manage. Last comment, political reaction on polarization. I think that we did a lot through the digital regulation, that the algorithms should not just push the people to the bubbles. I think that if the big tech or tech in general will manage to do it, we will have some kind of normal horizontal discussion back. I used to call it that the big tech privatized the public discussion. And now we have to come back. So polarization is under some kind of maybe solution with the tech sector. But we have to avoid two things, and here I will finish. We must not overshoot with paternalization or dictating how to communicate from the political level. Because democracy, it's a noise, it's a sometimes very wild discussion, it's a competition of ideas and visions, and we must not kill this. So let's try to live with it and let's protect it. The second danger, and here I will stop, is the lack of reaction, and I mean it's the lack of reaction on radicalization. Yeah, because this is very big security also issue, and I think that we should be able to react on the tendencies to radicalize and to influence the real life by radicalization online, and that's the work for repressive field for the police and prosecutors.
Yes, well, Annette, I think some of what the Vice President said was aimed at you, not the last thing, but the thing.
Well, I have gotten a couple. Obviously, technology is a technology. Companies have to tackle a lot of challenges, and I think there is a default, and also a bit not in this conversation and discussion, to say it's the platforms that are causing the issues. It's AI that causes issues. I don't believe this is like, yes, we are platforms, yes, we have to tackle a lot of hard questions, and in particular when it comes to AI. Totally correct what the commissioner just said. We have to engage in industry-wide efforts, how to address the obvious challenges at hand. And there are many examples already how we engage together in figuring out copyright, how we find out the provenance topics, the authenticity topics. So that's happening already, and it's an ongoing conversation. You can't close this because the conversation is going on, the development is fast. However, I think we can't go back in time. So we have to work together. I think this is a crucial insight. We have to work together, figuring out how to govern technology, and we are obviously we have been in very constructive discussions, and I think we are progressing there. And also we have to be open, and I think that's the point I would love to make. We have to accept that there is technology. We want to use it. It's making our lives easier. We love engaging with, some love Instagram, some love posting videos. We love to have the information in our hand. We really want to not lose this progress. Hence, we have to work together in making it sustainable and relevant for society. And most importantly, I think we have to take our citizens seriously and skill them up. And we have to encourage, as politicians, I do feel, or I'm not a politician, to take them seriously in what they are doing, and not saying they are doing something wrong and we have to teach them what to do else, but we have to take the citizens seriously and find a language, to your earlier point, how to address citizens.
Thank you. Well, I promised I will leave some time for questions, and I'm going to fulfill my promise. First from Slido. I'm afraid I will put you on the spot, Mr. President, but there's a question for you. Mr. President, do you think there is enough effort to fight against the polarization from the political parties, both in the government and in the opposition in Czechia?
Well, you asked us to be concrete and to avoid generalization, so I will stick to Czech Republic. I think we seriously lack a culture of doing politics. When we listen to the politicians from both camps blaming each other that they are the worst government in history, that anything they did was wrong, and that once we get back, we will cancel all what they did and we will come up with something definitely better. When we keep telling to our people that politics is a dirty business, and if you want to stay clean, just stay away from politics. Or if we use an argument, you don't have to get dirty by the politics, I will do it for you. Just don't care about it, I will handle it for you. How can we then see a different picture from this chart when people simply don't want to engage because they believe they cannot change anything because it is truly a dirty business? So it's two-way. First, politicians were telling people that they shouldn't engage. And now people, when people stopped trusting institutions, where they don't expect anything else from their politicians than to be offensive to everyone. And if someone tries to be complacent and say, well, this proposal of the opposition was actually good, and then the very citizens, the voters, would attack the same politician of being complacent because they want him to be aggressive. So now every side is affecting each other, and it seems like a vicious circle without any outcome. I believe that there is the way out in building on small agreements wherever they are. If it is in foreign policies, if it is in the minor issues of social events, but building on something that we have in common is simply crucial for overcoming this very difficult period. And now we're in such a total denial that it's extremely difficult to come up with something that would generate some agreement, because government and the opposition are in such a contradiction. They simply cannot agree almost on anything. And even when you come up with something where you have an agreement from government, you have an agreement from the opposition, but then when you try to bring it together, you will hear, we will not help this government to fulfill its program, because then we will ease their situation. We don't want it. We will wait until the elections, and then we will do it in a different way. We will present the same proposal as today, but it will be our proposal. Of course, we cannot achieve anything by this approach. So it's only fair to go to people, talk to them, listen to them, and follow through their concerns, so that they see that politicians, not all of them, but some politicians really care about their problems, want to resolve them, and come up with proposals how to bring government and the opposition, whoever it is, together and to work on common solutions. But it is difficult, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't keep trying.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I just realized I made the cardinal mistake of contradicting everything I advocated earlier. This question was anonymous. You know, I never respond to anonymous X posts or Facebook posts, etc., etc. I don't think we should, but I made this mistake. So is there some real person in the room who wants to ask a question? Yes, please.
Patty Morrissey from the U.S. I'm CEO of Global Foresight Strategies after a career in national security. Before that, or during that career, when I was not officially a government civilian, I ran for office twice in Virginia. And I got the wonderful experience of having an opponent who told blatant lies about everyone he ever ran against and got away with it and got elected. I would say that was over 20 years ago, and things have gotten so much worse with the just constant social media and cable news banter about how terrible the other side is. And I can't remember, I think it might have been President Pavel that said, you know, this, like, feeding these negative, everybody in politics is dirty, right? Undermines the very essence of what we think in a democracy is. I randomly met two professional football players in the lobby last night and struck up a conversation. And one of them says, I never vote because it doesn't matter. And I said, so you're anti-democracy then? He's like, well, no, they're all bad. I'm like, no, they aren't. Most of the people that put themselves out there are public servants who don't make a lot of money doing it, who actually care about the public good. That's a huge majority. So I think there is a battle, as I think everyone has said in different ways. We've got to keep fighting. But I say things as I run into people that are just saying, like, if you don't believe in voting and paying some attention to honest information, then you're basically saying, I don't believe in democracy, and that always shocks them. So get in the game.
I made another mistake. This was not exactly a question, but there's a voice in my ear saying, you have to finished, time's up. So I will thank my panelists, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Mr. President, Mrs. Vice President, and Ivan, my friend. And thank you all for being here and attending the session. And I have to say now that that wraps up day one on Albright Stage. The GLOBSEC Award dinner begins soon, but as long as Mr. President is here, it will not begin. Because buses leave at 10-minute intervals from 1910 to 1930. Tomorrow we begin bright and early at 8:45 on Hefele Stage with opening remarks from Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs Jan Lipavsky, followed by a full day of panels and side sessions. See you tomorrow here at Albright Stage, and thank you very much.